have any height tables for this workshop. So if you could please move in front, the closer you are to a microphone, so much the better, because it is a very interactive workshop. Everyone gives feedback, everyone asks questions, so please move forward. Speaking to you, Mr. Blessings, and Shugondi, and Sam, please move forward. And if we can fill up all these seats, just move a seat. If there's an empty seat in front of you, please take it. I know you were very comfortable. You look like you were very comfortable. Much better. The weather in Lilongwe is surprisingly cold. I wasn't expecting it to be this cold, so we'll use each other's body heat to warm up. I don't think we'll need it though, because the gentlemen are wearing suits. I'm very shocked. This is our fourth and final conference, and take it from me, the dress code has changed. Well, we are ready to begin. I'd like to invite Mrs. Chipo Chiluzi to begin us with a word of prayer, and we begin our workshop. So Mrs. Chipo Chiluzi, if you may, bless us with a word of prayer. You can use your microphone there.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we humbly gather here together to seek your guidance, wisdom, and blessings. As we come together in your purpose in this room, we ask for your presence to be with us. Grant us clarity of thoughts, kindness in our interactions, and strength to overcome challenges that may arise. May your words and action be guided by love and understanding. We are hopeful for the opportunity to come and to gather here to present whatever they have prepared for us. May we discuss everything with love and understanding. In Jesus' name, Father, we have prayed. Amen.
So, we are here to talk about the national addressing system and how it affects the real estate space. I think it's only fine and well for us to go around the room and do a quick introduction. If we could have a roving mic to, I know the table behind here does not have microphones, and one as well for the two gentlemen there that will circulate to the back. So we will begin on my right. I believe that's where the first microphone is, and just go around the room. Let's get to know each other.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Madaro Piri, and I work for Macra.
Good morning. My name is Sam Tunde, and I work for Iconic Real Estate Agency.
Good morning, Riz Omar, Maple Leaf Realty.
Good morning. My name is George Taji, valuation consultant, but also board chair of Valuers Board. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Euphemia Boda. I'm a valuation specialist and real estate practitioner. I'm a board member of Valuations Board, and here I'm also presenting Valuations Africa and English Property Services. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Austin Kananji, a reporter from Mola News Agency Mana.
Good morning. I'm Zitehiwa, and I'm part of the real estate talk team.
Good morning. I'm Blessings Chepa. I'm a physical planner and a GS expert.
Good morning. I'm Chipo Chiruzi, Assistant Land Surveyor for Lilongwe District Council.
Good morning. My name is Nume Stephen, a physical planning intern from Lilongwe District Council.
Good morning. My name is Bicc from Malay News Jesse for a graph.
Good morning. I'm Mavuto Madea from National Bank of Malawi, accredited risk manager.
Good morning. I'm Tumbekan Saka from Standard Bank, credit manager. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Vanessa Gaulendo from Ministry of Lands.
Morning. I'm Gwaichi Mohango from NBS Bank.
Morning. It's Jugepo Monejanya from my Institute of Physical Planners.
Morning. My name is Banit Namaja from Makra.
Good morning. My name is Kondwan Kachika from Makra.
Good morning. My name is Wadbaso Pili from BGFM.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Mdala from Makra.
My name is Evelyn Nkumbamakoa from NIF Limited.
Morning. I'm Pashalo Gondwe, reporter for Police FM.
Good morning, I'm Simon Chumwaza. I'm a physical planner.
Morning, Daniel Joamina, property evaluation and land governance expert.
Good morning, I'm Blessings Chikote from Angariba Television and Radio.
Good morning, my name is Clement Msisia from Capital Radio.
Good morning, I'm Daddy Sandula, Physical Planning Officer and Change District Council.
Good morning. My name is Prince Machika, a certified property valuer.
Good morning. My name is Chukondi Mpamba from Mulbas.
Good morning. My name is Bempo Komba from FTH Bank.
Good morning. My name is Albert Chepala, a physical planner.
Morning, I'm Susan Nkolokosa, District Estates Officer, Lilongwe.
Good morning, Lucy Gabanga from Real Estate Talk.
Well, thank you so much for those introductions. As I said earlier, my name is Nicole Kamwendo, and it's a pleasure to be your host in the gorgeous capital city of Lilongwe. Just turn to the person next to you and say, welcome to the capital city. We have a mixture. Some of us have come from Blantyre, some of us are within the capital city. I hear we've got members from Jinji as well. The central region is sort of represented, I should say. On that note, I should say, let me invite Mr. Kondwani Kachika from Makra to give us his welcome remarks. So join me in giving him a warm round of applause as he comes to give us his welcome remarks.
Good morning, all. It's exciting to be here once again to go through these workshops on real estate. We are excited as Makra to be here, and we are indeed excited to see you all in here. But before I start, we just keep on saying, Lilongwe is our capital city. Nico, can you just check for me nobody's using their phone? What's the square kilometers of Lilongwe? We've got physical planners here. Always be ready with something for whoever gets it right. What's the square kilometers of Lilongwe? Anyone? We've got physical planners here from the city council, from lands. No one gets it. Okay, I don't even know it, but I thought you guys would have an answer. Can you, anyone Google and just tell us what's the square kilometers of Lilongwe? And what's the population of Lilongwe currently? 1.6. You're sure about that, Reese? Or you're guessing? Okay. No, great. Once again, welcome to this workshop. we have invited players here who are critical in land management, land usage in this our beautiful city of Lilongwe. As MACRA, we believe that together we can join hands and use our land much better than we have been doing previously. Together with our partners who are real estate talk, we have brought in physical planners, property valuers, surveyors, real estate managers to bring an understanding on how NAS can be leveraged to enhance on what you guys do with land. NAS implementation has advanced to a stage where it's now ripe to start engaging various stakeholders in our society who will be beneficiaries of NAS. Moving forward, as MACRA, we'll be engaging various segments of our economy, but we felt it important that we start with this critical segment of our society, because you are the custodians of land, you are the people who manage the land, you are the people who direct on how our land is properly used. I was asking about the square kilometers of Lilongwe at the start. If you notice, actually it's a fact. It hasn't changed from 1980 to now, to date. But if you look at the statistics, in 1980, 2000, we are in less than 1 million people. 2000, I think we are about 1.1 million. And to date, Riz is just telling us that we are about 1.6 million. What that underscores is that land is not expanding, but the population keeps on increasing. In fact, statistics shows that Malawi is one of the highest urbanization countries. The rate of growth in our urban centers is growing at the rate of 4.1% per annum. And Malawi is considered to be one of the fastest urbanizing countries in the world. By 2030, it's expected that approximately 30% of our population will be living in urban centers. And by 2050, almost half of us will be living in urban centers. It is therefore imperative that as we discuss issues of land usage, management, we discuss on how we are going to handle issues of informal settlements, which are also impacting on the issue of national addressing system. So in this workshop, the objective will be to explore the relationship between the national addressing system, which MACRA has championed to date, the relationship between national address and physical planning, the relationship between national address and property values, the relationship between national addressing system and real estate. What we want to explore is what's the relationship between these various segments of physical planning and land management. We want to understand how NAS will benefit you guys in your roles as you do your work, but also how can you help NAS in its implementation and adoption across Lilongwe. So as I welcome you to this workshop, I urge you to participate and contribute with energy so that together we can understand what NAS is, what NAS can do for us, and what you can do to the national addressing system. The expectation is that by the end of the day, you understand your role, you understand the benefits that NAS brings, and then put in place processes within your practice that will take advantage of NAS for the betterment of our city. So please feel free, engage, participate. We are here to listen to you as much as you are here to listen to us. With those remarks, thank you so much. Feel free and have a good day. Thank you so much, Nico.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kachika. And that's a very good point regarding the fact that Lilongwe as a population is growing, but size-wise is definitely not. And you can tell on your way in just how developed the city is becoming. And it gives me great pleasure to invite Zite Hiwa from Real Estate Talk Malawi to give us her remarks. She is, in fact, the digital lead of Real Estate Talk Malawi, who are the partners for this workshop. Please give her a warm welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Nicole. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here with you all today. As she already mentioned, I'm Zitehiwa, the digital lead at Real Estate Talk. And on behalf of my wonderful team, I would like to welcome you all officially again to the Lilongwe chapter of our Kodianga Real Estate Workshops. We've had quite a journey. What initially kicked off as just an interview on our Real Estate Talk channel on YouTube with Mr. Namacha blossomed into a nationwide journey. As Nicole had mentioned earlier, we started these workshops last week. We started out in Blantyre and we had a fantastic turnout there. And then we went ahead to Zomba, where we also had great conversations with some professionals and young people. And then we moved on to Zuzu earlier this week, and the conversations were there were just thought-provoking. So we're really excited to see what the capital has in store for us today. I think there was an example in one of the presentations from Blantyre that talked about the addressing in Lilongwe, how you find that Area 47 and Area 46 are not one after another. And I think today here we're excited to see what our planners in Lilongwe City will tell us about such things and how we can see how the national addressing system also ties into that as well. So I think Mr. Kachika already gave us a brief of why we are here today, but I also just want to re-emphasize that. Our theme today says that we are elevating real estate standards through the national addressing system. But after reflecting on everything we've learned so far from the workshops that we've had, I would like to just add another small asterisk to that theme. We're here indeed to explore how the national addressing system can transform the real estate sector. But equally, we want to ask and also hopefully answer with all of you here today, how can the real estate sector help amplify and enhance the impact of NAS? At Real Estate Talk, our mission is not just to raise awareness, but to create an environment that empowers individuals with the right knowledge and tools to make informed real estate decisions. And we believe that any innovation, no matter how brilliant it is, must be understood from the perspective of the people it's meant to serve. And for NAS and the real estate sector, this starts here with you professionals today. This workshop will be focused on more than just the technical aspects of the national addressing system. We're also here to take a human-centered approach so we can explore how NAS can reshape the way we identify properties, assess valuations, plan urban spaces, and deliver essential services in the real estate sector, not just in Lilongwe, but in Malawi as a whole. The national addressing system holds tremendous potential to standardize and elevate real estate practices, from improving the valuation accuracy, as I mentioned earlier, and even more to like credit risk assessments, and even to supporting better urban planning and smarter service delivery. All of these are critical elements to building sustainable cities that are aligned with our Malawi 2063 vision. But for this potential to be realized, NAS must be more than just a system. It must bring something, it must be something that people will understand, trust, and use. And that's why today's workshop is about bringing the right voices, your voices, so that we can co-create ideas, surface challenges, and explore solutions that are inclusive, accessible, and practical. So as we dive into the conversation today, we look forward to all of your insights, your stories, and your bold ideas. Together, let's shape a future where technology like NAS doesn't just exist, but it works for the people. So with these few remarks, I wish you all a fruitful and engaging workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Zite. And our next opening remarks would be from the Surveyors Institute of Malawi, represented by Riz Omar, who, are we still not using Mr. in the capital city? Okay. He's been saying we don't call him Mr. So Riz Omar, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him.
Mazuka. Banache, Mazuka. Good, good, thank you. Can you put your phone down now, please? It's the only time I can tell you what to do. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the honor of asking me to speak on behalf of SIM. I'd just like to introduce Surveyors Institute of Malawi to those that do not understand or have a good feel of Surveyors Institute of Malawi. I am speaking a little later, but this is specifically that Surveyors Institute of Malawi is considered the oldest professional body in Malawi. It's longer than the accountants, it's longer than the lawyers. So, however, the feeling out there is, what is the surveyors? The surveyors is made up of 3 different sections. Your land surveyors, who have been quite strong in party to developing and working with NAS, with MACRA on the NAS system. You've got your quantity surveyors, who at the time before a build, they will come in and give you a BOQs on how much you're going to use in a property. And then there's the small guys like us, called the land economists, and we're the end user. We're the real estate brokers, we're the valuers, we are the auctioneers, and the property managers. And that makes up your total balloon of the Surveyors Institute of Malawi. I sit on the Council of Surveyors Institute as the chair for the land economy chapter. And I'm very honored to have the new land economy, the valuers board, which is now part of Parliament and part of our legal system. Mr. Ntachi is here. I'll call him Mr. Ntachi. He deserves it. I've known George for 14 years now, and we love to argue. He's a very legal man, and I'm a very common man. So we have some very interesting debates. And we're hoping now that the new Valuation Act takes things forward. We are going to tie in our emphasis from the Monday meeting. Initially, I didn't know what I was walking into, is to appeal to MACRA and to convince them that the real estate professionals and all 3 categories that I've mentioned must be part of the ongoing NAS system. We can use it, we can assist with it, we can then apply values, we can protect the people that remain unprotected. And that's going to be my emphasis with Surveyors Institute when I go back to report them. Surveyors Institute is made up of 200 members across all 3 chapters, and we hope that this meeting carries some weight. Thank you, and we shall chat to you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Short and sweet, as we love it. I should say there's quite a lot of coverage here in the capital cities. It's just me. The constant snapping of the cameras. Whew, pressure. But with that being said, let's begin with our presentations. I must say, and I must emphasize, that this is a workshop, not a conference. Whether you are a reporter, whether you are a physical planner, you have a real estate business, whatever you do, you're here for a reason. We need your feedback. And whether it's a question, whether it's a comment, whether it's how you think the system could be better, we want to hear it. We've encouraged this in all of our other workshops, and we encourage it ever so much more here. Our first presentation will be from MACRA to explain what the NAS system is. Join me in welcoming Mr. Barnett Namacha. Do you need a roving mic? Yes. Or you use this one? Okay. Technical team, could we please have a roving mic for Mr. Namacha?
Good morning. Good morning once again. I'm Bicc representing MACRA, and I'm standing before you to make a presentation on national addressing system. But before we start, you might have questions as to why MACRA is involved in the implementation of the national addressing system. So I'll take you back to the 1992s, 1980s, 1997, 1998, and to 2016. And there's a reason why I want to take you back before we start discussing national addressing system. But it will be just 2 minutes before we start the discussion on NAS. Around 1980, communication services were being controlled by the government, and the issues about communications were under the Ministry of Transport and Communications. So the people who are seniors can understand what I am saying. So it was the Ministry of Transport and Communications that was responsible for the provision of communication services in Malawi. And due to what were called structural adjustment programs by the IMF and World Bank around 1990s and 92, countries were asked to restructure their economies. And one of the sectors of our economy is the communication sector. So it was also decided that it should be restructured as well. So from communication services being provided by or being controlled from the Ministry of Transport and Communications, the government decided to establish a giant at that time. And this entity was called Malawi Post and Telecommunications Corporation. It was responsible for the provision and regulation of communication services in Malawi. Provision, meaning it was a service provider, and regulation, it was also a regulator. So we had one entity, Malawi Post and Telecommunications Corporation, that was a regulator and a service provider for communication services in Malawi. But due to the structural adjustment programs, as I have already said, the government of Malawi in 1996 established the Privatization Commission. And the Privatization Commission championed the privatization of state-owned enterprises in Malawi. And the structural adjustment programs also led to the restructuring of the communication sector, as I have already said. And when it came to 1997, the government of Malawi developed what was called the Communication Sector Policy Statement. That was the backbone for the restructuring of the communications industry in Malawi. So the Communication Sector Policy Statement in 1997 led to the establishment of the adoption of the Communications Act in 1998. And because around 1997, 1998, we had MPTC, which was the service provider and a regulator, the Communications Act of 1998 led to the splitting of the delinking of the Malawi Post and Telecommunications Corporation, MPTC, into 3 entities. That's why today we have Malawi Post Corporation, we have Malawi Telecommunications Corporation, Malawi Telecommunications Limited, sorry, and that's why we also have MACRA. We had no MACRA before 1998, but because of the Communications Act of 1998, that led to the delinking of MPTC. That's why we have MACRA today. That's why we have MTL today as separate entities, and that's why we have Malawi Post Corporation today as a separate entity. So from MPTC came 3 institutions, a regulator that side and service providers on the other side. Before the 1998 Act, we had a regulator and an operator under one roof, MPTC. Now, the Communications Act of 1998 established Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority with a sole mandate to regulate the communications sector in Malawi. By communication sector, we are referring to broadcasting or content, telecommunications or electronic, and postal and courier. So three subsectors. MACRA was given the mandate under the Communications Act of 1998 to regulate 3 sectors: telecommunications, or you can call it electronic, broadcasting, you can call it content, and postal and courier. Now, from 1998 to around 2013, 2014, people decided to review the Communications Act because there were gaps in that act. And one of the issues that was added in the reviewed Act of 2016 from the original Act of 1998 is the issue of national addressing system. If you go and check the Act of 1998, you will not find issues about national addressing system in that document. If you go to the Act, the reviewed Act of 2016, then you will find the issues about national addressing system being given to MACRA to implement this system. That's the first difference. The 1998 Act had no issues about NAS. 2016 Act, we have issues about the national addressing system. Now, the question is, why at that time was it decided that we should include issues about national addressing system in the 2016 Act? As we all know, as a country, before that Act was reviewed around 2016, we had no comprehensive addressing system as a country, whereby a person can be identified by a street name, a house number, and a postcode. You can only be identified by a PO box number or a private bag number. So, because we were using post office addresses, and because we were also using the traditional way of addressing, people decided that we should have a comprehensive addressing system that should be able to identify people by a house number, that's where you stay, where you work, where you pray, where you go to school, the street name, and a postcode. So we are going to discuss all the 3 elements: a house number, the street name, and a postcode. So national addressing system is about giving a physical address to every resident in Malawi. Mark the word resident, not citizen. So whoever is staying in Malawi, whether he is a Malawian or not, as long as he is staying in Malawi, is supposed to have a physical address, not a post office address, not the traditional way of an address. The post office addresses have their own weaknesses, so we are going to discuss all those issues and why people decided that we should move from the post office address to the national addressing system. For my seniors like Rees and others, we all know that in developed countries like Britain, the US, and more developed economies, we don't have post office boxes, even though they have postal administrations in those countries. But you cannot go to a post office building and having a keys in your pocket, you open a post office box and collect your correspondences. There's nothing like that in the UK, there's nothing like that in the US, there's nothing like that in all the other developed countries. Why? Because they implemented national addressing system long time ago. So what happens in those countries is that mostly issues are being done at the doorstep. The delivery of parcels, letters, and whatever, medicines, food, mostly is done at the doorstep. So this is the layout of my presentation. Can you go to the next slide, please? As I have already said, before the 2016 Act, we had no comprehensive addressing system in Malawi. But the national addressing system will be used by various sectors. So Rees was talking about the real estate, the surveyors, and the lady there was talking about also real estate. But national addressing system is going to be used by various sectors. All the sectors of our economy are going to use the national addressing system. And we're also going to talk about how they are going to utilize national addressing system going forward. So this national addressing system will have multiple users, various stakeholders are going to use the national addressing system from now going forward. as we continue to embark on awareness of the various sectors. As I have already said, before we started implementing national addressing system, we had two types of an address, or two types of addresses. The post office address, like Macra is PO Box 30214, Capital City, Lilongwe 3. That's the post office address, or the traditional way of addressing. Those are the two types of addresses that we had. So, a post office address is mostly what we use on our correspondences. If you want to get a parcel, you use that post office address. If you want to get a letter, they use that. If you want to open a business, the Registrar General will say, what's your post office address here? It is a requirement. That's a post office address. The traditional way of addressing is like this. We all know this. You want to get to my house? Yes. Okay. Catch a minibus from Old Town, get to area 25C, Pagulae, then from there, move upwards, 500 meters from Pagulae. On your left, there is a house. Behind that house, there is an Airtel agent. Ask that Airtel agent, and my house is next to the mango tree. That's the traditional way of addressing. But what national addressing system is doing is to modernize this. There's nothing complicated about national addressing system, because national addressing system is all about navigation. So this is navigation. We want to navigate from one point to another through the traditional way. However, NAS will modernize this using applications. It will be giving you directions. It will be giving features, and you'll be able to get to a location without asking anyone. That's NAS. It is this, but modernized. We all know this. We are used to this. Probably some of the people in this room have used this when they were coming here. And I'm sure about that. For you to get to this room where we are, you have used this. You are nodding your head. So this is the traditional way of addressing, and we are used to this. Now, after the passing of the Communications Act of the review of the Communications Act of 2016, people felt that we have been given the mandate to implement national addressing system under Section 124 of the Communications Act, and there is need for us to bang heads and see how we can implement NAS. Probably some of the people might have a question as to why Macra is involved. This is a section from the Communications Act of 2016, one of the laws of the country. So under Section 124 of the Communications Act, this is the exact wording of the Communications Act under Section 124. It says the authority shall. The authority refers to Macra. The authority shall. The authority is referring to Macra. Shall is mandatory. It's not optional. May could have been optional. But our members of parliament, the government decided that they should use the word shall. So this is mandatory. Whether Macra wants it or not, but it has to implement national addressing system. So it goes on to say, allocate, manage, and regulate. These are verbs. So we are telling you to do this, and do this. You should be able to allocate, manage, and regulate. What is the next question? So there are two nouns there. Addresses and postcodes. So the key issues from Section 124 of the Act, the key issues are the address and the postcode. So our emphasis will be on the address and the postcode. And this address is not a post office address. This address is not the traditional way of an address. This address is a physical address. So MACRA was given the mandate to develop physical addresses and postcodes for the country. So what is a physical address and what is a postcode? As I have already said from the first slide, we said we want to develop a comprehensive addressing system whereby every resident in Malawi will have an address or will be identified by an address using a house number, a street name, and a postcode. Go back. A house number and a street name, they are falling under the word address. And there's another noun there, a postcode. So, the key issues here is a house number and a street name under the umbrella of a physical address and a postcode. So we were given the mandate to do this. The mandate was given in 2016. Then a decision was made to convene a workshop on national addressing system because people felt as to discuss on how to implement the national addressing system, because this is only saying MACRA, you should do this. How? When people needed to meet and discuss. So they convened an international workshop on addressing at Golden Peacock, around closer to Nchinji roundabout. They invited experts on addressing from around the world, and several stakeholders in Malawi attended, and they discussed on how we can implement physical addresses and postcodes in Malawi. So from that workshop, resolutions were drawn, and I want to focus on two resolutions. The resolution one was that for us to implement national addressing system, then there are key issues that should be followed in implementing national addressing system. So on this slide, we are talking about the prerequisites, the key issues that we should have for us to effectively implement national addressing system. This is a resolution from an addressing workshop that was held at Golden Peacock some time back. So they said, for Malawi to effectively implement national addressing system, here are the key issues. 4. They said, for you to implement this, you should ensure that all roads in Malawi should be identified and be given names. All roads, you can call them roads or streets. But all roads in Malawi must be identified and be given names. Why the word identify? The first is another question. We have footpaths in Malawi. They are not roads. So the issue here is the roads that are recognized by a particular council. If they are main roads, the roads that are identified or can be identified or are recognized by the roads authority. You know, we have classification of roads, M1, M3, M5. Those roads are under the roads authority. And we also have district roads. So such type of roads should be identified and be given names. Who is responsible to give names to the roads in Malawi? For the main roads, it is the roads authority. For the district roads, it is that particular council, but the communities take a lead in the naming of streets. So that was the first point that was discussed and agreed during that international workshop. For Malawi to have a comprehensive addressing system, then ensure that all roads must be identified and be given names. The second point was all houses, or you can call them properties, must be numbered. So every property in Malawi should have a number, like where we are. So every property should have a number. Informal settlements, we are saying houses must be numbered according to the new system. New system. So what is this new system? In formal settlements, if there is a road starting from here going to this side, all properties on your left-hand side are given odd numbers. All properties or houses on your right-hand side are given even numbers. That's the new system. That's how this is implemented across the country, across the world, sorry. All properties on the left, even odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and you go on. On the right, even numbers, 2, 4, 6, 8, and you go on. So if you go to area 47, is it sector 3, you find this new system. Area 12, part of area 12, you will see this new system. If you go to Namiwawa, Chinyonga, Makata industrial area, you'll be able to see this new system. The third point was all big buildings must be given names, like this one, where we are, like Kangombe House. So if it is a private property, then the owner of that building should be able to provide a name. An institutional house, it is the institution itself that is mandated to give a name. And the fourth point is on mapping, because national addressing system is only modernizing the traditional way of addressing. So for you to move from one point to another using national addressing system, then you need maps. For you to navigate from point A to point B, you need maps. So the first resolution was on this. The prerequisites: street naming, house numbering, big building must have names, and maps. The second resolution was on who should be involved in the implementation of the national addressing system. So they decided. In the Communications Act, it is saying the authority, meaning MACRA, shall. They are only identifying one institution that should be responsible for the implementation of national addressing. From the workshop, they said this should be a multi-stakeholder driven national initiative or project. That's the second resolution from that workshop. Multi-stakeholder driven national initiative or project. Why multi-stakeholder? Because at that workshop, they knew that MACRA does not have all the expertise needed for Malawi to effectively implement national addressing system. We need GIS experts. We need experts in physical infrastructure. So because we cannot get all that expertise from MACRA, then they decided that this should be a multi-stakeholder driven national initiative divided into components for us to effectively implement NAS. Because NAS is like this room. So how can we implement NAS effectively? Then they decided that we should break it into parts. Because a NAS is a system. So we need several parts to work together to achieve what we intend to achieve. So they broke it into systems, into subsystems or components. So they came up with 6 components under NAS. The first component is on addressing standard. You might ask, what is an addressing standard? An addressing standard is like PO Box 30214, capital city Lilongwe 3. That's an addressing standard. From a post office address, that's an addressing standard. Now, because we are moving away from a post office address to a comprehensive way of addressing, we needed this component. Because we are going to be including a house number and a street name. So we needed to have an addressing standard component under the national addressing system. So I will also show you how we are going to move from the current addressing standard to the intended addressing standard. The second component was on postcodes. what is a postcode? There are also a few slides on postcodes we are going to discuss, but quickly, a postcode is an address for an area. For you to go to Nicole's house, you need first to know which area she stays before you go to the house where she stays. So if she stays in Namiwawa, you need to go to Namiwawa first before you go to her house. So the Namiwawa thing, the area 25, the area 18 is the postcode. So a postcode is an address for an area. Before NAS, we had no postcodes in Malawi. Maybe when you were filling forms before, when they ask you to include a postcode, some of you were saying +265 as a postcode, but that is not correct. +265 is a country telephone code. For a telephone to come to Malawi from Iraq, from Afghanistan, from Brazil, from wherever, you need to include 265 because it's a country telephone code. It is not a postcode. And there is no country in the world which has one postcode number, because a postcode is an address for an area. So some people might have been asking, what's the postcode number for Malawi? That is also wrong. Because a postcode is an address for an area. So if you are in area 12, you should be asking, what is the postcode for area 12? What's the postcode for city center? Not what's the postcode for Malawi. Because the postcode for area 12 and postcode for city center and postcode for area 10 are different. So this is the second component. The third component was on physical infrastructure. You can name the roads. You remember the prerequisites. All the streets must be named. So you can give a name to a road. But for people to know that this is Mombo Road, we need a road signage. That's the physical infrastructure. You can number a house. You can say this house or this property is 2. But for people to know that this is a 2, then you need to have a house number plate. That's physical infrastructure. So that's the fourth component, physical infrastructure. The other one is on the database. We'll be collecting data on street names, on the house numbers, and the postcodes. And we need to input all that data into a database. That's why there's also a component of the address database there. The fifth one is on GIS. I talked about the maps, because this is all about navigation. Just improving or modernizing the traditional way of an address. So for you to move from city center, you are going to the airport using national addressing system, then you need the maps, the digital maps. And the last component is on public awareness. What we are doing here is key for people to accept this project or system. This component is key. So these are the 6 components. They decided to break it into these components. Remember, much stakeholder driven, national initiative, but they broke it into components. These are the components: addressing standards, postcodes, address database, physical infrastructure, GIS, and public awareness. These are the 6 components. And because this is much stakeholder, they said, okay, then we need to come up with committees to be looking at each and every component. So they came up with 6 committees. The 6 committees are the Addressing Standards and Postcodes Committee, or Subcommittee. This committee is responsible for the development of the postcodes. We have postcodes in Malawi. They were developed in 2019 and were gazetted in 2019. It is this committee that developed the postcodes for Malawi. They are the first of its kind. So it's this committee. We also have the new addressing style for Malawi. Moving away from the PO Box 30214 capital city Lilongwe to an address where there's a house number, the street name, and the postcode. So that addressing style was developed by this committee. So they came up with a template on how we are going to be indicating our addresses in Malawi. That template was sent to Switzerland. We have a United Nations agency there on addresses that is responsible for addresses. It is called the Universal Postal Union. That template was sent there. They ran through it. They approved it. It met the international standards, and we were given we were given a certificate. It is called S42 certification. So we have a certificate that we are doing the right things, and what we are doing is according to the international standard. So that's the first committee, addressing standards and postcodes. They developed a postcode for Malawi, and they have also developed their new addressing system, new addressing style for Malawi. The second committee is the legal committee. Why legal? We are deriving our mandate from the Communications Act of 2016 for us to implement NAS, but this is multi-stakeholder driven national initiative. Physical planners are part of this, but physical planners use the Physical Planning Act of 2016. They don't use the Communications Act of 2016. We have stakeholders like National Statistical Office. They have their own act. NAS is implemented in the councils. They don't use Communications Act. They use Local Government Act. So because of the various acts from the various stakeholders, then people felt we should have a legal committee or subcommittee to avoid breaking the law while implementing national addressing system. So there are various stakeholders in the legal committee, but the chairperson, remember this is multi-stakeholder, the chairperson is Malawi Housing Corporation, and the vice chairperson is Blantyre City Council. The first committee addressing standards, the chairperson is Malawi Post Corporation. Remember, multi-stakeholder driven. The third committee is on physical infrastructure, the designs of the road signages and the house number plates. This committee is chaired by Blantyre City Council. The fourth committee is on GIS and database. So we have two chairs here, co-chairs. This committee is co-chaired by National Statistical Office and the Department of Surveys under the Ministry of Lands. Not macro. The fifth committee is public awareness. Sensitize people, create awareness. What are the benefits of NAS? How we are implementing NAS? This is chaired by MACRA, but initially it was being chaired by Ministry of Information. And the last committee is budget and finance. You know we need finances to implement national addressing system, and this subcommittee is chaired by MACRA as well. So this is now the governance structure for national addressing system. This is how we are implementing national addressing system, multi-stakeholder driven. We have the 6 subcommittees down there. The chairpersons are from various institutions, not MACRA only. And these, they report to the technical committee up there. But the technical committee is chaired by MACRA because in the Communications Act of 2016, under section 124, they say the authority, meaning MACRA, shall allocate, manage, and regulate addresses and postcodes. The mandate was given to MACRA. That's why MACRA is chairing the technical committee. But the subcommittees are chaired by various institutions, mostly MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies of government. And at the very top, we have a National Steering Committee. The National Steering Committee is made up of principal secretaries of various ministries and CEOs of various institutions that are part of NAS implementation. But we also have co-chairs there, the PS for information and the PS for local government. That's the governance structure for national addressing. On this slide, we are talking about some of the stakeholders who are involved in the implementation of NAS. Remember, multi-stakeholder driven national initiative. So these are some of the stakeholders. National Registration Bureau, the utility companies, ESCOM and water boards, the ministries, NSO, the city and district councils, including the Ministry of Local Government, MRA. I already talked about Malawi Housing Corporation. I also already talked about Malawi Post Corporation. So these are some of the stakeholders that are involved in the implementation of national addressing system. So, what are the benefits of national addressing system? I will not go each point. I will just pick 2 on economic benefits and 2 or 3 on social benefits. Today, most of the people who are here are able to buy things online, e-commerce. You can use your phone to buy from Amazon, eBay, Alibaba, Jumia, whatever. You can buy online. You can pay online. Delivery will never be done online because you are buying goods. You expect the goods to be delivered physically. And because you were buying online, you paid online, you also want things to be delivered at your doorstep. NAS will facilitate doorstep delivery. Whether parcels, whether medicines, food. So it will facilitate home deliveries. Because every resident in Malawi will have a physical address. Remember, it's a house number and the street name. So using a street name and a house number, whoever is doing the deliveries will be able to quickly locate where you are and deliver whatever you ordered from US or China or Japan or wherever. The second point is on tourism. We are promoting tourism as a country. But imagine a situation where we have someone traveling from Brazil to Malawi, is visiting Malawi for the first time. He speaks Portuguese, because most of the people in Southern Africa, in South America, they speak Portuguese. So he speaks Portuguese or Spanish, doesn't speak English. He arrives at Kia, he wants to get a taxi to the Victoria Beach in Salima. So he finalizes the processes inside the airport, comes out, he wants a taxi, but he only speaks Latin, Spanish, or Portuguese. And our taxi driver only speaks English and some of the local languages. There will be trouble there. This guy wants to go to the Victoria Beach. With national addressing system, because he already has an address where he's going, house number and the street name, to be easier for him or her just to give that address to the driver. Additionally, not only that, in countries where a national addressing system is already implemented, they are using services like Uber, taxi services like Uber, Light, and other taxi services to move people from one point to another. So they have their own applications, and also in our scenario, the taxi industry will utilize NAS because we are going to develop an application. We are going to develop an application like an Uber application where you are going to download it on your phone and you need just to input some data on the application. For Uber, for example, once you download that application for Uber, even in South Africa, once you download that application, you are asked to indicate where you are and where you are going. So the application will show you from, so you need to indicate where you are. And you cannot start describing the traditional way of addressing, because that application is only asking you to indicate the property number and the street name, the from. You only need to indicate the property number and the street name. That's NAS. 2, where you are going. You also need to indicate the property number and the street name, where you are going. And that application will show you the registration number of the vehicle that is coming to pick you up and the fees, charges that you are going to pay. So you'll be able to see, okay, this is the registration number and I'm going to pay 40,000 kwacha. So you stand there and wait for that particular vehicle. They come and pick you up. You can only say hi, and because they already have that information on where you are going, they will straight take you to the place where you are going. National addressing system. That's where we are going. That's what we want to do. She's a young lady. Maybe she wants to go out on a Friday, Saturday, and she wants to go back home 1 a.m. The taxi drivers can utilize this instead of asking her to be giving directions while she's drunk. While she's drunk. Because they will take you round and round and round for them to charge more. But with NAS, you give them the address, they will straight take you to where you are. Go to the next slide. On social benefits, I'll start with the emergency services. Okay. Imagine a situation where we have been visited by the uninvited guests, you know them. These guys, 12 people, 15 people at 1 a.m. They have visited you at your home. And you want help from the police. Call 911, for example, and you want the police to come to your home quickly to rescue or to help you. Imagine a situation where you are giving the directions using the traditional way of addressing. There's a mango tree there. After the mango tree, then there's the Anglican church. Do you think at 1 a.m. during the rainy season they'll be able to notice that this is a mango tree? No way. And you only have few seconds to make calls. You know how they behave. So once you start talking while hiding somewhere, they'll know, oh, he's hiding here. National addressing system, the only time that you have, you indicate the house number and the street name and the area code, which is the postcode, for them to know that this is Namiwawa. So we should be rushing to Namiwawa along this road, and this is the house number. So with NAS, they are going to use the shortest way to where you are. So they'll be able to help you quickly. The police, or you want ambulance services, or you want fire services, the fire brigade will be able to quickly come to your rescue with national addressing system. I've heard people saying, I'm from National Bank, from Standard Bank, is it NBS, FDH? I don't know. If you go to either Standard Bank or any other bank and you want to open a bank account, they give you an application form, and somewhere you're asked to draw a sketch map. You remember? We are asked to draw a sketch map. Yes. Even I have received a text message from, I'm a customer of FDH, but I have received a text message from FDH to go to any branch to do KYC. And they have asked me to bring water bills and what? Because of absence of? Because they just want proof that you stay here. So, with the banks, they say, draw a sketch map. And you try to draw a sketch map and you indicate, I stay here. If you have built a house and you want ESCOM to connect electricity to your house, they give you an application form somewhere. They also ask you to draw a sketch map. Even though you draw a sketch map, when they are coming to your house to connect, they will call you and start asking for maps, but you gave them the map. Why? Absence of national addressing system. If NAS, you only be giving them the house number, the property, the house number, the street name, and the postcode number. It ends there. So there's no need for a sketch map going forward. There will be no need with the banks, utility companies. And after all, we used to have Bankers Association of Malawi attending NAS meetings, but they stopped. I don't know why. But we are going to re-engage them. They were part of the National Steering Committee. So they used to come. I think you had, whether she's still there or not, Linus Nkungula. Name like that. She used to come to represent Bankers Association of Malawi. So those are some of the benefits of NAS. Remember, under Section 124 of the Communications Act, remember it says the authority shall allocate, manage, and regulate addresses and postcodes. You remember the word postcode? So let's discuss about the postcodes. We have discussed about the address part, which is a physical address, which is the house number and the street name. And we have also discussed about how streets are named, how properties are numbered. We have discussed that. But now, let's go to postcodes, because this is the second key part of NAS, a physical address and a postcode. So what is a postcode? There's a technical definition of a postcode there, but we use a layman's definition of a postcode. It is an address for an area. For me to go to Nicole's house, she needs to tell me I stay in Sunnyside first before she says house number 2 along Samin Amwa Road. She cannot only say house number 2 Samin Amwa Road. Where? Is it Chinyonga? Is it Namiwao? Is it Kanjeza? So she needs to say Kanjeza, Namiwawa, whatever, this street name and this house number. So a postcode is an address for an area. And remember we said there's a committee that developed postcodes for Malawi, the Addressing Standards and Postcodes Committee. They developed postcodes for Malawi. Around the world, we have two types of postcodes. The numeric type of postcodes, having the digits only, and alphanumeric, having the digits and the letters. But that committee recommended that as Malawi, we should adopt the numeric type of postcodes with 6 digits. And each digit on the postcode has its own meaning. In Malawi, an address for an area is called a postcode. In the US, an address for an area is called a zip code. But it's the same. In most of the countries in Asia, they call this an area code. But it's the same. So in Malawi, an area under NAS is a township. When it's in a city, it's a township. That's an area under postcodes. So it's Namiwawa, Chinyonga, Kanjeza, Mudi, Mpingwe, townships. Area 12, area 25, area 49, Zoro, whatever, townships. In an urban setup. In the rural areas, an address for an area in a rural area, we are referring to a traditional authority, which is a TA, or a sub-traditional authority. So it's TAs and sub-TAs. In district councils and townships, in the city councils. So we have two types of postcodes, numeric and alphanumeric. Malawi adopted the numeric type of system, 6 digits. So you can see there are digits there, 6. But each digit has a meaning. Malawi is divided into 3 administrative regions, north, center, and south. And also, we also followed that type of division. So we have postcode zones, the north, the center, and the south. So if you see a postcode number for Malawi starting with a 1, just know that that is a postcode number for an area in the northern region, because 1 is for the north. If you see a postcode number starting with 2, that means it's an area in central region. With 3, it's an area in the southern region. So the first digit represents a region. 1 is for the north, 2 is for the center, 3 is for the south, because we were starting with the north when we were assigning the numbers. So imagine 1 is in the north. So we are in the north. The second 2 digits represent a district in that region. In that region. There's already a 1, a 2, and a 3 representing north, center, and south. So the second 2 digits represent a district in that region. So for Chitipa, for example, 1 is already representing the north, the first digit. The second 2 digits will be for Chitipa district, which will be 01, because starting from that far end. Karonga will be 02, Rumpi will be 03, and you go down up to Rikoma or Chizumu. When you get to central region, then the postcodes will start with a 2, 01, Kasungu 02, Nkota, and you go down. The same applies to the southern region. 3, and you start with districts like Balaka, Mangochi, Machinga, and you go down up to Nsanje. So this postcode number, because there's a 3 there, is for an area in southern region. And there's a 12 there. The second 2 digits represent a district in that region. So there's a 12 there. It's for a particular district in the southern region. And because we started from Machinga, Balaka, Mangochi going down, 12 is Blantyre. And the 4th digit, there's a 2 there. The 4th digit will show you whether this is an urban area, a rural area, or this area is in a municipal council or in a town council. So on the 4th digit, if there is a 1 there on the 4th digit, it means that area is in a rural area, a rural setup. Rural. If there's a 2 there, just like this one, then it's an urban setup. If there's a 3 there, then that area is under a municipal council, like Kasungu, Ruchenza. If there's a 4 there, then it is under a town council. Mangochi was a town council, but I'm told it's now a municipal council. So the last two digits will now the specific location, whether it's a rural or an urban or a municipal, where, then it's the last 2 digits. If you see a 00, then it will be at the Boma, whether it's Chitipa, at the Boma. If it's in an urban setup, it's at the CBD, where the town started from. You know, the point 0 for, I have heard someone is from Lilongwe City Council, right? Or District Council, I don't know. Point 0 for Lilongwe is where we have Lilongwe Town Hall, right? Bridge you go, where we have Lilongwe Bridge. That's the point 0 for Lilongwe. But in Blantyre is where we have Mount Soch Hotel, the Chayamba building, that area in town. That's the CBD. Now, I was talking about a new addressing standard or style for Malawi. On your left is what you are using. But for us, it's old. But for you, it's what you are using. This is the type of an address you are using. Using the post office address, whether a private bag or PO box. Correct, Nico? That's what you are using. With national addressing system, remember issues about the house number, the street name, and the postcode. Then it's on your right. Daud Suleiman will still remain Daud Suleiman, will still remain as one of the people at Makra, but the address will change. And let me remind you of the prerequisites. Those 4 prerequisites when we were starting this presentation. All roads must be named. Remember? There's Samina Amwa Road there on your right, the address on your right. All roads must be named. All houses must be numbered. There's a 9 there on your right. All houses must be numbered. All big buildings must be given names. Remember? There's a Makra house there. So this is the type of addresses that we sent to Switzerland for them to look at whether they are meeting the international standards and they approved what we are using as our new addressing system for Malawi. So it still be Daud Suleiman, but we include the building name, if it's a big building. We include the house number, we include the street name, and we include the postcode. And the postcode number for, this is an address for Makra in Jinare Corner, Blantyre. So the postcode for Chichiri is 25. 3 is for Southern Region, 12 is for Blantyre, as I have already said. 2 is for Urban, the 4th digit, and 25 is for Chichiri in Blantyre. So it will tell you that, okay, this is Chichiri in Blantyre, and along Samina Amwa Road, property number 9, and the building is called Makra House. And you'll be able to get Daud Suleiman. In Britain, I'm sure you watch news. Because on DSTV, the channels, most of the channels are BBC, CNN, Sky News, Al Jazeera, and others. So, when the Prime Minister for Britain comes out to speak, he stands before the Prime Minister's house. There's a door. You always see a door there. And there's a 10 there. You always see a 10. Can you go back? You always see a 10. That 10 is this 9. Because the address for that place, for Sir Keir Starmer, they said it's 10 Downing Street. The 10 Downing Street is the 9 Samina Amwa Road. Address for Donald Trump, Donald J. Trump, White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, and they include a postcode number down there. Exactly this. This is America, this is Britain, this is South Africa, what? These are international standards, and we have a certificate issued by a UN body on this. How far have we gone with us? We started with a pilot phase after the passing of the Communications Act of 2016 and after the addressing workshop that was held at Golden Peacock. So we started with a pilot phase, and we started with few areas representing the settlement patterns that we have in Malawi. So we started with Namiwawa, representing all the low density areas in Malawi, representing area 10, area 43, Nyambado, and the other areas. So we chose Namiwawa. So if you go to Namiwawa, you get street names where you see the house numbers properly fixed on the houses. So Namiwawa represented all low density areas in Malawi. So we did Namiwawa. We went to Chinyonga representing all medium density areas in Malawi. So if you go to Chinyonga, you see the street names, the house numbers. And we went to Makata industrial area to represent all industrial areas in Malawi, like Kanengo, Luwinga. So we chose Makata industrial area. And we chose also Ndira and Safarao to represent informal settlements, representing Gona and Tandire, Zorozoro and other areas. So we chose Ndira and Safarao. And we went to Lilongwe, 3 villages in Lilongwe to represent rural areas. So we chose Somba, Mangasanja and Somola villages in Lilongwe. So if you are traveling along the M1 road around Lilongwe, where there's a MRI road block, the police and the post office, up to the market, on your left, when you are coming from the road block, on your left, pay attention. You will start seeing these house numbers. The post office at Lilongwe is 5F. You see 5F. And the other buildings there, you see the numbers. That's national addressing system. So the 3 villages around Lilongwe, that area, we already know about national addressing system. We already adopted national addressing system. We already did the house numbering there. The 5F is for the post office building in Lilongwe. So when we completed the pilot phase, lessons were learned, reports were submitted, discussions up to the National Steering Committee, which is made up of the PSs, as I have already said, and the COs. Then we started the phased national rollout, the last point. The phased national rollout. Phased because we don't have all the manpower and all the resources to implement at once. So we are doing it in phases. But as we speak now, we have been to all the districts from Sanje to Chitipa. You go to any district commission, even at Likoma, they'll tell you they are implementing national addressing system. I talked about the addressing standards, and I have shown you the example of an addressing standard. We talked about the postcodes, the GIS, because this is about navigation. We need maps, digital maps, wherever we go. Public awareness is what we are doing and will continue doing. The next slide. Now, this is a house in Chinyonga. There's a 2 there. So this, for example, this is Mango Road. So there's a 2 there. So the address for this one is 2 Mango Road. So if he wants to go to the bank and open a bank account, instead of drawing the sketch map, we'll just indicate 2 Mango Road and then the postcode number. If he wants to use a taxi service to get to his home, the address will be 2 Mango Road. This is Chinyonga. And if you go to area 12, where there's Mazim, that side, you will also see these numbers. Now this is Lilongwe. You see the difference, and we know. This is Lilongwe. In Chinyonga, there's a plate on the fence. Can you go back? You see, that is a plate, and we have to drill to put it there. This house, can we use a plate to drill? No. So the Physical Infrastructure Committee decided that for these kind of houses, we should be doing this. We paint and we indicate the number. And there's a difference there. There's a 2, Yachinyonga, and there's a 53G. There's the alphabet number here later. Why? Why the difference? You know, in informal settlements, there are no proper roads and houses being built on both sides of the road. So what we did was, or what we do is, We come up with a digital map for the area, we print it, and we look at how the area looks, and we identify features and divide the area into zones. So zone A, zone B, zone C, up to any other later. So this house is in zone G, 53G. During the pilot phase in Ndirande Safarao, before we started using the alphabets, we started numbering. So we went up to 1,000 and something as a house number. Then people said, no, it's not working properly. But remember, in developed countries, they don't have informal settlements. This is a local solution to our problem. In other countries, we only have the Chinyongas, we only have the Namiwawas. This is an example of a road signage. The challenges we face when implementing NAS, I'll dwell much on vandalism. The data, yes, when we go to a particular council for us to start implementing NAS, I'm a the digital map. We start from the scratch, use satellite imagery, but I'll dwell much on vandalism. This is a challenge. During the pilot phase, we erected the road signage in Makata Industrial Area. This is Makata Industrial Area. Today, we erected a signpost using galvanized metal pole. The following day, we received phone calls from companies around that area that the poles have been removed. We contacted the police. They said, we know. Let's go to Ndirande market where they sell steel or poles. So we went to Ndirande market, and you see, our poles are these ones. But this was Ndirande market. Then the physical infrastructure committee went back to redesign the poles because they were being vandalized. Probably they wanted to be making holes, panga knives and whatever. So we went back and they came up with this kind of a design. This is a plastic pole, perforated, perforated, and we put in quarry, sand and cement inside. And the road names up there. You can see there's a pole that was vandalized down there. So we went from a galvanized metal pole to a plastic pole. This is Makata Industrial Area. However, these plastic poles were also being removed. Then the committee went back to redesign and they came up with a concrete signage. It's better than this, but it looks like this. A concrete signage. We took this picture deliberately from Namiwawa. These were erected long time ago before we started implementing NAS, but they are still there. That's why people felt probably we should go and start using the concrete poles. However, when we did the street naming in the north and we erected these concrete poles in Nzimba, they were destroyed and we are stuck. Probably we ask our guys in the public awareness committee to sensitize people on why we want the road infrastructure. But even the concrete poles were vandalized. No. I have already talked about this, the progress, what we have done so far. The other one. Thank you. Now, this is about NAS. NAS is about navigation. And NAS will help to improve navigation and delivery services. So we'll be able to navigate easily from one point to another, and it will bring a more organized way of life. We will not be going to Sarah and ask for directions to move from one point to another. As long as you know the physical address of that particular area, then you'll be able to move from one point to another without challenges. So it will be utilized by the various sectors of the economy, from communication sector, the health sector, security, and whatever. They will be utilizing us, and will do, as I have already said, bring a more organized way of life. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for that very, I believe, thorough explanation of NAS. Do we all understand NAS now? All right. I'm glad you have nodded your heads. I saw quite a lot of nodding heads. Now is the time for feedback, questions, and comments. Please feel free to raise your hand if there's no microphone in front of you. Okay, we have a hand there. We have Riz in the front. So could we have a microphone sent all the way to the back? And while it's coming through, Riz, your comment?
Before the serious questions come to my dear colleague Barnett. Barnett, you missed a very important point when you discussed about where Nicole stays. And that is, traditionally and culturally, whether you're Indian or Malawian, you cannot go to a woman's house without asking the bambo.
Well, that's another addressing concern. Please, could we have a microphone to the gentleman in black in the back? Also, I don't drink on Fridays, I drink on Saturday.
Bonnet, I just have a simple question for you. My name is Maupo Belego. In 2017, when I was in college, I was part of the students who did this physical mapping for Blantyre City Council and Magra. All those areas we moved around, but in Lilongwe, we faced a little bit of resistance from the locals with their own reasons. And I understand that you have said all the concerns were raised to the committee. So I just wanted to understand, because since then, I haven't had any feedback as part of the team that was there as a student. So I don't know, from the feedback that you have had, now you have named the houses and everything, how is it on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you, Maupo. Bernard, whenever you're ready, if you can raise your hand, if you also have a comment or question, the microphone will be brought to you.
Thank you very much. I remember you when we were doing NAS around 2017, 2018. Now, he's right. When we went to Lilongwe, being a rural setup, we faced challenges. For people to accept this is a challenge. However, learning from lessons, we are now utilizing the public awareness committee, because what we are doing now is, before we go to a particular area, let's say a district council, we are starting with what we call a full council meeting, where we invite chiefs, sub-tiers, ward councillors, members of parliament, interested groups, and public servants from the DC's office to discuss national addressing system. So they ask questions, we discuss and agree that we want to come here and start implementing national addressing system. From there, then they choose areas from where we can start from in implementing NAS. And once they choose the areas, then we also go back with our public awareness and sensitization team to start sensitizing the people using the loud howling system, the mawas, and other modes of communication. We also have jingles that were developed for NAS. Probably if we had time, they could have played one of them. We could have seen on vandalism. But we also have jingles. So our public awareness and sensitization team is doing a good job now as compared to when we were doing the pilot phase. You remember the pilot phase is meant for people to learn on how you can improve on implementing something. So we learned lessons from Lilongwe. And not Lilongwe per se, but in Ndiland, because we were nearly chased from Ndiland. But They utilized the city council. They went to the market. They identified block leaders and market and leaders from the market. We went to Ndilande Community Hall. We discussed issues about national addressing system because initially they thought if we indicate a number on their property, then the government wants to come and destroy that house. But we told them that this is about communication. People will be able to easily allocate you, has nothing to do with property rates or ground rents or whatever. This is all about an address for every resident in Malawi. And we agreed, and we did addressing even in Indira and Safarao after initial resistance from the people in Indira. But because of constant engagements and re-engagements, people are now able to appreciate and understand and accept the national addressing system. Even in urban areas, when we were in area 12 doing installation of house number plates, there's a white guy that we met in area 12. He brought out a guy because he did not want us to erect or fix a house number on his property. But there was an engagement. I think he missed the public awareness systems that were sent to that area. So there was an engagement. We engaged him, we discussed, and he accepted, and we ended up installing the house number plate on his property. Even in area 47, when we went to area 47, people have some beliefs. They believe that 13 is not a number that should be assigned to you. I don't know, for whatever reason. So when we went to a property of someone, the number that we were supposed to fix was 13. But this person said, no, I accept NAS, and I know it is beneficial to most of us, but I don't want the 13. But using this new addressing system, her house is 13 and you cannot change. But through engagement, she was able to accept, and we were able to place the number 13 on her house. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I wouldn't accept 13 too. There are reasons, Bernard. I'll explain why. We have a hand from the lady over there and a gentleman, so we can go with you. You have a microphone in front of you, and then we'll pass the roving mic to her. Just wait. We'll come to you, madam. We're going to go to the gentleman with the microphone already, and then we'll come to you.
My name is Mavuto Madea. The question is, how would NAS link or relate to the property title deeds for us who use houses and other properties as a security for the banks? Thanks.
Yes. The question has come again regarding title deeds. We have this at every conference or every workshop.
Thank you very much. A title deed is for the ownership of a property, like a blue book for the vehicle, plot numbers or whatever title deed for the ownership of that property. However, on national addressing system, we are assigning numbers to that property, and behind that then there's a plot number for that title, but we are assigning numbers. So in our database, what will be appearing is the house number and that plot number, because we are assigning numbers to plots. Even before you build a house, you'll be able to assign a number. So if someone has built a house here and there's the next plot is vacant, and someone after this vacant plot is also built, and if this one is a 2, we'll reserve a 4 here, and the other one will be a 6, because we are assigning numbers on us to plot numbers. So, and they'll be linked. So it's the same, but the title of the property deeds are for the ownership, just to show the ownership. Who is owning this property, whether he stays there or not. While on this NAS number, it is the address for the person who is staying there, whether a tenant or the landlord. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, sir? Okay, madam?
Perhaps just to add, Nico, as you'd appreciate, NAS is for navigation, whereas plot numbers, title deeds are for ownership. With the plot number, nobody can get to you. Nobody can navigate any map to get to you. Whereas with NAS, the postcode and the street name and the property number, it will be easy for navigation to be achieved. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. My name is Madali Tsozendere. First of all, I would like to thank the presenter for the presentation. My question is, how accurate is the numbering system, considering the location such as Lilongwe Safarao? How accurate is it? The second question is there any navigation tools used, which will be used if I would like to visit such areas, or I would just follow the mapping system? Thank you.
Thank you, Madalita Zemberi, who's actually traveled all the way from Blantyre to join us. She's from NBS Bank. Thank you for attending as well. There's another hand here from the gentleman behind, but I'll give it to you, Bernard, to answer that question, or is it Mr. Kachika who will take it?
I'll take it. On the accuracy of numbering, like in informal settlements, because informal settlements it is easier because the number is assigned to a plot. But on informal settlements, as I have already said, we are using digital maps and we divide the area into zones. Now, imagine this is zone A, and we have numbered the houses from 1 to 50. And someone demolishes his house and he wants to rebuild, to still maintain the number 50. If there is a new building in that zone, zone A, and the numbering was up to 50, then we'll assign 51 to that new property in that zone, because initially we went up to 50. It is accurate, and what we do normally is to go assign numbers and collect coordinates, you know, longitudes and latitudes. We collect coordinates. The coordinates are for that particular property for navigation. So we collect coordinates, and once it is destroyed, and you say, okay, I want 9 Samina Moa Road, but the property is destroyed, it will still take you there, but you will not find anyone. Because in the system, there are coordinates that will help you to navigate from wherever you are to that particular place. On a navigation system, because we are collecting coordinates, we are collecting street names, we are collecting house numbers, and what we call non-spatial data, like who is the landlord for this, or the owner for this property, who is the tenant, and whatever. All that is inputted into the national addressing database. So we are going to develop an application, not yet developed, because we wanted this to settle first and to create awareness and sensitize people. Once that is developed, then people will be using that application to navigate from one point to another by just indicating the house number, the street name, and the postcode number. For your own information, even as we are speaking today, it is easier for you to check what's the postcode number for where we are or any other area or location. As in township in an urban setup, or a tier or sub-tier in a rural setup. You can just dial *422# on a tier name line, and you'll be able to know the postcode for city center, for example, or any other tier or sub-tier from Sanje to Chitipa. But on navigation from one point to another, we are going to develop that application that will be accessed by anyone to move from one point to another. And that will be done in the current financial year, which is for governments, which is April 2025 to March 2026. Between these months, then we are going to have that application, and we'll be able to be navigating easily from one point to another, because we think we have collected enough data, mainly for the cities, for us to use that application for people to move from one point to another.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, perhaps I could add before she comes in. Just to add that as MACRA, we have a working relationship with Google. We have got an understanding agreement where once we collect data, we are on a continuous basis submitting it to Google. So for instance, if you go on Google now and you say some street names, particularly on the areas where we did pilots, you find that there are street names. Those are coming from ourselves, having completed the exercise in those areas. We are continuously submitting to Google. So yes, navigation is possible on Google using our street names coming from the data that is coming from Macro. Perhaps that helps as well.
Thank you for that. Madam, did you want to add?
As you are giving the plot number, you are also identifying the coordinates on the same, or you go again getting the coordinates for the plots.
There are stages that we follow when we want to do addressing in a particular area. So we go and assign numbers. First, we need to have a map for that area. Then we come in a room like this one because we are able to see the streets and the houses. When we assign numbers to the properties that we see on the map, we go to the field to do what we call physical verification to ensure that whether we did the right job, assigning a 2 or a 4, or did we miss another property. So we go to a particular area like area 18 to do what is called physical verification. Once we do that, then we'll go back to do the data collection, what is called data collection. Collect spatial and non-spatial data. Collect the coordinates and the details of the owner and who is staying there, the tenant, and that information will go to the address database.
Okay, thank you for that. I see George Haji has an hand. Before we come to you, sir, the gentleman over here, and that will be our final question. So we do you, sir, George, and the lovely lady in the back.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I think it was clear and we were able to follow what's happening. My question is based on the use. After everything has been done, the project has achieved what it was to intend, and now the people now are supposed to use the system. We have a number of stakeholders who are supposed to use the system. You have mentioned all the banks and possibly and other stakeholders who are going to use the same system, the state councils and the rest. I want to use what has been planned to be used as MACRA to ensure that everybody is supposed to use the system, because as a country somehow we have got that possibility of negligence to use or to change or to use the new systems because we are used to something that we have been using before. So what have you put in place as MACRA to ensure that once this thing has been done, it won't be an elephant system whereby you just have something, spend money, but it's not implemented on the ground? I'm saying this because I know maybe you can go to bank as of now. Can they use the piloting addressing which has been used in Blantyre, for example? If the banks are not able to accept that, what does it mean? Just what I wanted to be clear. Thank you.
I see Mr. Kachika is ready to take this one.
Sure. An important question indeed. Thanks for that. I think in terms of usage and adoption of NAS, the public engagements that we have started doing, one of the steps that we want to do moving forward. We have started with the real estate sector. We'll be moving to different sectors of our economy to engage, to inform them of what has been done to date. Beyond the front-facing portal that Barnett was talking about that will be developing within the course of the year, there will also be like APIs that will publish to the public so that you will be able to connect to our database. If your application needs location details, you'll be able to use those APIs, secure links to our database so that you are able to develop your own front-end portals. As I mentioned, we'll be engaging various sectors of the economy, service providers, ESCOM, water boards, so that they appreciate what we have done and then they incorporate in their processes aspects of NAS.
Follow up. Is it going to be a voluntary acceptance to use the system, or you have got the legal mandate to say once the system is done, as MACRA is a government entity, you're going to say every system, example banks or anything that is to do with addressing, you must use this system from this day on because this is how we want to change as a country? Because sometimes when you just use the voluntary acceptance of the system in Malawi, we have failed in a number of systems. So I don't know if this is the same way that you are choosing to take, or maybe you can also use the other way to ensure that we invest, we use, and we benefit as a country. Thank you.
In terms of enforcement of adoption of the platform, earlier on as Barnett was presenting, I think he was clear on where we're drawing our powers. It's the Communications Act of 2016. And our mandate was to develop the national addressing system for Malawi. Beyond that, we'll be overstepping our mandate. The banks, for instance, are regulated by Reserve Bank. So I think the best we have to do is to engage the regulatory authority within that space to insist to them that KYC is no longer drawing pictures. KYC, you can now use the national addressing system, as it were. Just as maybe NRB, they just implemented the national ID platform. And noting that it's now up and running, various sectors of the economy are now able to use it, not necessarily by regulation, but just by seeing the benefits of the platform, people are adopting to start using that. So we are hoping for the same. We'll be engaging various players to appreciate the benefit and then to start adopting it.
Thank you for that, George. I think also just to add on to that, some government systems have already started using NAS. For example, if you try to register online with mbrs.gov, there are postcodes. So whenever you're registering your business, you have to put in your postcode. It's there. So some government systems have started. Mr. Haji?
Thank you so much. And thank you, the presenter. The content of your presentation was very specific and ideal for those involved in a real estate profession. I am one of those in real estate profession, and I look at the benefits that this project will accrue. The benefits are massive. There are, even with the very good intentions, there are other areas like area 43, area 10. They have what we call plot numbers. These are plot numbers marketed by survey department, and they also have physical planning numbers. And you are asked to go and do evaluation of specific property. The bank says, oh, you go there, and you come up with this report. You are lucky if you have used the survey number, but there will be times where somebody has given you, with good intentions, not knowing that this is a physical planning number. So you indicate the physical planning number in your report and you give it to the bank. The borrower, after some time, fails to pay, and the banks wants to walk in and repossess the property. They will go to the wrong address because you said this is the actual plot number. And this is one of the confusions that we have actually encountered in our profession. There will be areas like area 25. You go to a survey department, you identify the property, you go there. And the name that was actually given to you maybe belongs to the landlord, but that doesn't stay there. Or else, it is the name of a tenant in the home. But the gentleman only comes to the house in the evening. In the morning goes to office. He is barely known in the area. And you have your plot number, and you go there. We want house for so. But in Maujo, they say, timafuna nyumba yakuti pena pachaka. Kunoko kulibe. Until you call the gentleman and say, sakudziwani. Oh, nalakwitsa mfuse kuti kwa utakuti. Kwa utakuti means the name of a small boy that you have in the house. And this is part of the challenges that we have. There are other clients like the city councils who wants you to develop what we call valuation laws or supplemental valuation laws, and these are books that contain names of the property owners for local taxation. And there are these places like Mgona, Chiputula in Msuzu, Mbayani, Planta, that do not have plot numbers. And you write on the wall a temporary number that you have actually developed. The same temporary number you put in your report in evaluation law. After 6 months, the city councils want to go and actually bill the owners. They can't identify the house. They call you up. Meanwhile, somebody will have already erected another building just in front of yours. The challenges are cumbersome. So this reminds me of a discussion in the Bible between Christ and this other lady, Mary, kuti munali kuti ambuye. And ndikudabwa kuti zinali kuti izizo. I wished we had started some years back, because it will help those in real estate profession. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Do you want to take the question? Do you want to answer it? Okay, it was a comment. No, because I saw a hand raised. So unfortunately, due to time, the lovely lady in the back is going to be our last comment, and then we can continue the session after tea break.
Thank you. Miriam Chidimba here. Okay, so my question is coming from perception that other people have as the NAS is going to increase the taxes that property owners pay. When I was checking on the MACRA website, I noticed that the first benefit of this project is increased government revenue through tax collection. How can you ensure that sensitization is separating the property tax and all other taxes that you are referring to? Thank you.
That's a good one.
Thank you very much for your question. That benefit is accruing to the councils. It's not for the general public. The benefit you are referring to, madam, is accruing to the councils. We are saying they'll be able to increase their revenue, collecting revenue from property owners, because in a particular area, a council will be able now to know the number of houses that are in that particular area, because we are assigning numbers. So it will be easy for a particular council to know the number of houses along each and every street, let's say in area 12. So they'll be able to add up and know that we have 25 houses in area 12, and if they charge 10,000 as ground rent or property rate, I don't know those terminologies from that side of the world, then they will be able to know how much they can collect from that particular area, and they'll be able to come up with realistic budgets for that particular council. It's not about the general public, it's about particular councils, how much they can collect, because it's already in our laws that we are supposed to be paying ground rent or property rates or whatever. It's there, but the councils now will be able to know how much they can collect from a particular area. Thank you.
Ngati mmaenda mbali akukwirani. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a short break. I invite you to go to the front of the building. Please follow Muta over there to take a group photo, and then we come back inside, collect our teas, have a seat, and proceed. I am loving the interaction so far. I hope it continues for the rest of our presentations, because now we will be getting into the true essence of what it means, or what NAS means to the real estate profession. So please, quick and smart, 20 minutes maximum, 5 minutes for the pictures, 15 minutes for our teas and refreshments, and we continue. Ladies and gentlemen, at your leisure. Just follow the gentleman at the doorway. The faster we take these pictures, the longer we have to enjoy our teas and refresh ourselves. Quickly if we can. Just because you're a reporter doesn't mean you should not take pictures. But John Ti and Tika Chambulisi. This is a very historic moment that deserves to be noted. So please, if we can hurry, so much the better, including you, Mr. Kachiga. as we are partaking of our tea, there is a QR code that has been beamed to the screen. Please feel free to scan that QR code. It is a survey for the workshop, so feel free to scan it and fill it out whenever you have a chance while you're having your tea, and submit it. Very important. Last time we had a lot of people filling it out and not submitting the survey, so please fill it out and don't forget to submit it. It's another chance for us to get feedback from you. If you aren't comfortable speaking in front of everyone, please make sure, or even if you are, or you've already contributed, scan that code that's in front of you and fill out the survey for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our workshop in the next 5 minutes. So if we could settle down, that would be amazing. So we can continue with our next presentation, which is a bit on the technical side. So I do hope you make use of the notepads and pens that are in front of you, especially if you are a surveyor. 5 minutes and we continue with our conversation. Good morning once again. I expect a bit more energy now that we've had some tea. If we haven't settled down, I see we still have some people collecting their teas. That's okay. We're happy to start. Just a reminder, before we go into our next presentation, please scan this code. Very important that you scan this QR code. It is a survey on this workshop, and we do need your feedback. So please scan it. Complete the survey and submit. It's very important that you actually submit your responses. Now, could I have your attention, please? If we could quiet down in the room just a little bit. Appreciate that. Our next presentation is going to be on the role of a surveyor and GIS in NAS implementation. I should urge our presenters, please keep your presentations to 20 minutes in the interest of time, because we want to give more time to the Q&A. So 20 minutes. This is your 4th time presenting this, so I know it's going to be light work for you. You can do this in your sleep at this point. I hope you don't dream about these presentations. But Chikondi Mpamba, who is a land surveyor, will be taking us through the role of a surveyor and GIS in NAS implementation. Can we please give a warm round of applause? You've eaten, we're energetic. Let's hear it for this lovely lady. And please make sure you're taking your notes and your questions down. We will have a session later.
Good morning. As already being introduced by Nicole, my name is Chikondi Mpamba. I'm a lecturer in engineering, surveying, and geodesy at Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences. So I'll be presenting on the law of a surveyor and GIS in the implementation of National Addressing System. So Mr. Barnett has clearly explained about National Addressing System. And the key point about National Addressing System is the address location. So a surveyor, how is a surveyor coming in address location? So I'll be talking more about location. You can't mention about location without coordinates. And I think there was also a question concerning coordinates, and Mr. Barnett also mentioned about coordinates, because the physical address, you can't deliver something. Let's say here in Lilongwe, I'm not familiar, I'm familiar with Blantyre, but if you go to area 47, if you want to deliver something in area 47 is a certain plot, that means you need the location. The navigation that Mr. Barnett said, you need location information. In this case, you need the coordinates. So as a surveyor, surveyors will provide such coordinates so that you should be able to know where exactly the person is located in area 47. So this is my presentation outline, the introduction, the law of the surveyor, and the importance, of course, of surveyors in NAS implementation, and the challenges as well faced by surveyors. So I think you have opened a different PowerPoint. Sorry about that. Can you go on the next slide? The next one. So as I've already said, we are talking about positioning, and we are talking about coordinates. So as a surveyor, land surveyors play a critical role in providing precise geographical data. I think maybe other people were questioning about accuracy of the app that is going to be delivered in terms of location. As surveyors, we provide such information using good instruments that we are going to collect the coordinates of that location to be feeded into the app so that you can easily navigate to the location. So apart from providing the geographical coordinates, we also provide boundary information concerning the properties. So you can see that the surveyor's positioning is fundamental to the accuracy and reliability of national addressing system. Can you go to the next slide, please? So maybe before I can go into each and every step of the surveyor, the law of the surveyor in national addressing system, I would like you to watch this small video. Thank you. So I'll be referring to this video as I'm presenting. So from the video, in the beginning of the video, you could be able to appreciate that there was a total station, GPS. You could even be able to appreciate, even those that are not in surveying fields, they could be able to see the drone, because these days the drone is being even used in the weddings. So these are the equipments that surveyors use to collect the spatial data that is going to be utilized in the implementation of our national addressing system. Next slide. So there are several roles of a surveyor in the implementation of national addressing system. The first law is the establishment of reference framework. What is a reference framework? As surveyors, we can't work, we don't just go to the field to start our work. We have to work from somewhere where it is known. So we have to have a known position for us to work to the other unknown points. So as a surveyors, we provide that reference framework. So in this case, as national addressing system, Mr. Burnett mentioned about mapping. I think mapping, it was one of the prerequisites of national addressing system. And if you go back to his presentation, if you can remember his presentation, he mentioned about components of national addressing system. One of the fifth component talked about geographical information system. And he mentioned that he works with people from councils who provide maps. So such maps, they don't just take, for example, satellite images, they just download. They have to be georeferenced, and by georeferencing, that means you need controls. These controls form part of the reference framework. So as a surveyors, we provide such control points so that they can be utilized in georeferencing of the image, that then a layman who doesn't know these things, they can be able to interpret, because georeferences now links the spatial data with real world data. So as surveyors, we have to provide the mapping, but we have to make sure that these maps are georeferences so that you can be able to interpret, to say whether the coordinates in area 47, it's maybe a certain plot in area 47, it's 5, it has indeed to be 5. So we have to provide that a reference framework for the georeferencing. But also, apart from that, we have also to make sure that the points that we are providing for georeferencing, it has to be, the selection of such points has to be consistent throughout the country. So if we are using geodetic control points for georeferencing, or just mere reference points, then it has to be that throughout the Malawi. If Makra goes to Nzimba, Makra goes to Blantyre, where than Sanje, then if you are utilizing the same reference points in terms of standards, then we are sure that the output of the national addressing system, in this case the application, will have consistent data. That means the end user will be able now to utilize the app without maybe facing challenges to say that we failed to go to point A because the data that was provided was wrong. So the next point that the law of a surveyor, it's geospatial data collection. As Burnett has said, they don't go to the field without a map. Then it will become very difficult for them to know the arrangement of the houses. And I think for that, if you can think of informal settlements, the houses are not in, let's say, for example, in proper line. They are a different location. So surveyors will provide information, for example, the satellite image. Then they will sit down in the offices and plan properly to say we are going to Ndilande, and the houses in Ndilande are positioned in this way. Maybe they are not closer to one another. That way, they will even be able to save in terms of time, in terms of going to the field. Also, they are going to save in terms of the cost. They will be able to define, to say how many people are we going to work with based on the numbers of the houses that they were able to know, based on the maps that they have been provided by the surveyors. But also another point on the data collection that is being, the spatial data that is being provided by surveyors, and they can be able to know. Remember, Mr. Burnett said that we are putting a position for houses, not a plot, not an empty plot, but a house where there's a house. So they are putting the numbers of the plot on an infrastructure, a building. So if they don't know whether the areas they have residential or industrial buildings, then it will be hard for them to plan. So as surveyors will be able now to say, okay, in this area there are indeed houses, there are indeed industrial buildings. So that way, then it will be easier for the national addressing team to be able to say, okay, we are going to this field, then we have these buildings, we can properly put plot numbers in that way. So in terms of address numbering logic, it was also already mentioned by Mr. Baden to say especially in informal settlements where they said they have to put in terms of zone compared to formal settlements. So still more, the maps that are provided by the surveyors to the team handling this, then they can be able to say, okay, we are putting this in a zone G, as he already mentioned. But for them to come up with that means they are working with the what? They are working with the data that has been provided by surveyor. So the fourth one, the integration of GIS. Then GIS just means Geographic Information System, and I've already mentioned, it's one of the component of national addressing system. So how then a surveyor, how is GIS now very important in the implementation of the national addressing system? So you have your coordinates, location coordinates. Those coordinates that you have, at the end of the day, we want them to be able to navigate using the app. So the coordinates that you collect as a surveyor, it's just raw data. So that raw data, we want it to be utilized. So we have to link now. The GIS will help us to link the coordinates of the location together with the plot, because the plot number, that means it will have what? It will have a postal code to say this area, this plot, this is the postal code. So the GIS, the softwares then will help us now to link the coordinate together with the plot numbers, so that you as end users, you're having your app on your phone, then you should be able to know that using this plot number, then I can navigate to be in area 47. So the GIS is just like a tool that will help now to link the plot numbers and the coordinate that was collected, so that you can easily navigate, be able to deliver your items, be able to deliver whatever you want to deliver from one point to another. So GIS will play that role. And the last one, it's about quality control and validation. Several mentioned that in surveying, those who are surveyors will agree with me that when you're doing your survey, we know for sure that there are errors to measurement. We cannot run away from errors. Errors are always there. But as professionals, we have to minimize such errors. So as surveyors, that's one of our law. We have to check our work. We can't just submit coordinates to Makla without checking our work, without properly validating. And I gave a good example to say, those who have done geodesy, they will agree with me that position, today you can get this where I'm standing as a 5, but over time, give it 5 or 10 years, it will no longer be 5. Why? Because the earth is in constant motion. And because of that, that means the coordinate of that position, it will no longer be 5 always. And you agree with me in, I think, the presentation of Barnett, he said that after 5 years, there will be some updates. So the same with this app. And I think you can also agree with me, even your phone, you update it. After some time, it will pop up with a certain message. You have to update your phone. Even WhatsApp, whether you're using WhatsApp, whatever you're using, you have to update it because there are changes. The same applies with surveying. The same applies with the coordinates that we are going to supply for the implementation of NAP. There will be changes to that coordinate. So as a surveyor, our law also, we have also to update that application, has to still be updated so that you can have accurate location, so that you can be able, from today, if you are to deliver a parcel in area 47, the same place, after 10 years, you should be able to deliver it to the same location in area 47. So as a surveyors now, we are also required, we are also required to check our work, the coordinates that we are going to submit, but also we have to update the coordinates over time. It has to be updated so that we can give you good services in terms of, he talked about e-commerce, he talked about deliveries, a lot of things, talked about tourism. A good example that Bernard said that it will improve tourism. Let's say someone is coming from, he mentioned about Portugal, he doesn't speak. This year he said, I'm going to Mangochi, a certain cottage. Then he comes again with his family, let's say after 20 years, using the same address without being updated. That means he's going to get to a long location. So as the surveyors, we're supposed also to continue working with the implementation of national addressing system by providing continuously accurate location for the physical addresses. So this is just a simple image, satellite image. So when it comes to satellite image, we don't just use any satellite image. You have to use high resolution satellite image. I gave an example. If you are to download satellite image that can be used for their planning purposes, that means we use maybe, for example, if you go for Landsat images, they are already georeferenced. But in some cases, you find that other satellite images that are provided, they are not georeferenced. That means it has to be georeferenced. So there are challenges faced by land surveyors in the implementation of national addressing system. So the first one, inconsistency or outdated land records. Mr. Burnett also mentioned about that if you go to different councils are providing information differently. And you appreciate with me that if you go to Lilongwe City Council, you find different equipment, you find different maps, you find different things. If you just go to Sanje District Council, they have different equipment, but these people, they rely on those responsible people, let's say various surveyors in these councils. So you find that different councils have different equipment for data collection and data processing, but also even the workers as well, in terms of exposure, in terms of training. So that is one of the challenges. And lack of standardized addressing format, he mentioned about that in terms of in urban areas, for example, formal settlements and different from the squatters. Resistance from local community to the addressing system, this I think has already been mentioned throughout this workshop. The last one is the need for continuous technology upgrade and training. I've mentioned this, that if we are to keep up with technology, if we are to keep up with maybe providing accurate information in terms of location, then we have to keep up as well with the new technology that is coming, especially in surveying. If you're talking, I think in 5 years or 10 years ago, we were only using total station. That was the latest. But these days, you find that most surveyors are using GPS, and we are talking of satellite image. We are talking of drones, and you appreciate with me in other countries, or they're utilizing, even if you go to Lilongwe, now you're utilizing drones to deliver parcels as well. They are utilizing drones even to apply fertilizer, but it was not done in 10 years or 5 years ago. So we need also to keep up with the technology as well. So apart from that, us as surveyors, we help in the implementation of national addressing system. There is also a potential for surveyors to utilize national addressing system in the delivering of our services. So the first one, we are talking about improved access to reliable spatial data. So here a good example is the enabling office reconnaissance. Surveyors will agree with me, when we are doing our work, we have to do field reconnaissance and office reconnaissance. So we first start with office reconnaissance. We can't go to the field without properly work in the office. For example, as a surveyor, you've been contacted by a client. Let's say I'm a surveyor in Lilongwe and the client is from Blantyre, and I have to conduct maybe, for example, maybe subdivision or the survey of the work. What I'm required as a surveyor, I need to know where the location of the plot that I'm supposed to do my subdivision. So Mr. Burnett properly said, if you see one, that's Northern Region. 2, Central Region. South, 3. The moment my client tells me, give me the postal code, and it starts with 3, then I'll know that the plot is in Blantyre. That makes everything easy, other than calling the client every time, where is the plot? So the moment I have the postal code, that means I can be able to plan properly. And he talked about even the street, the lots, that you can be able to see, and he said we have submitted the information concerning the lots you can find on Google. Then with such information, then I can know where is the plot, and maybe I can be able to see also the condition of the lot itself, and be able to plan properly, and even charge accordingly. Other than you go to the field, then you realize, no, the road was terrible, you have to pay me more, that maybe you even chase client. But from the first meeting, you can be able to plan, you can be able to charge accordingly, because you have all the information at your table. I think another great example that I saw the importance of nurse to surveyors, in 2023, I was with the current surveyor general, we went to Nkota. I think it was TM1 Sambo. They were piloting customary Land Act 2016, that is in Kodagora. So we were on the field visit, and the surveyor general took us to one of the rooms, the GIS room. So in the GIS room, they were showing us the extent of the work that they have done, and they were also showing the gaps that we have not filled these gaps, and we are supposed to go back, the data collectors are supposed to go back and correct. Then I think I remembered with the coming in of national addressing system, then we can that could have been easily presented to us, that these are the areas in terms of the postal code and the gaps. That means you can be able to detect, to say this is TA, this is TA, such a TA, these are the houses remaining in terms of plot, and that also will be easy for the data collectors to plan, to say that if we are remaining with such, maybe you are remaining with 2 plots in this area, 2 plots in the other area, if maybe the TA are neighboring TA, then they can properly plan to say maybe one data collector can go to this. That means you'll be able to cover A and B and C, because there are postal codes there that can be able to interpret that maybe the areas are near to each other. So the second point is streamlined fieldwork operations. The surveyors also still appreciate with me, as we are doing our work, we start from non-point and going to the other unknown point. So usually those non-points, we call them reference mark, and we have a list of all reference marks here in Malawi. So as a surveyor, if you know that this reference mark, maybe it's based within the postal code, let's say 3 something, then we can be able to say, okay, I'm going to area 47, I think the reference mark, it's within these postal code. Then it will make life easier for surveyor, other than calling maybe an experienced surveyor every time to say, okay, where can I get the reference mark? Where can I get this? But having those numbers there and already interpreting to say it is this location, then it will make our life easier. The last point, it's a better integration with cadastral survey. I think there was a comment, I've just forgotten his name. He mentioned about sometimes you have the numbers from the planners, the numbers from cadastral surveys, and now we are going to have the plot numbers from national addressing system. So there are other countries. Leading example in Africa now, it's Rwanda. Rwanda has integrated the national addressing system with cadastral system. So the issues of plot number you find in Rwanda, the code that Mr. Barnett was showing us, then they will put a underscore, and they will include even the cadastral number on the same line. So such information can be even provided to the bank, so there will not be any confusion to say that this is a plot number. Now this is cadastral number, it's different. So Rwanda has properly managed to integrate that, and it's one number, but they're just able to differentiate. If you are going to subdivide the same land, there are also given techniques to that, so that it should be able to differentiate, not to bring confusion among citizens. In Rwanda, I think in Nigeria, they're still doing it. South Africa, they have done that. Uganda, we are still in the same case of Malawi. So in conclusion, I would like to conclude that land surveyors are fundamental to the success implementation of the national addressing system. Their expertise in mapping, geospatial data management, and legal compliances will ensure an effective and reliable and accessible national addressing system. And with NAS in place for us surveyors, they need to help us to work more efficiently and provide our output will be of great accuracy, because everything now we have the numbers, we can be able to navigate, be able to get the reference mark in good time, be able to deliver everything to clients without any conflict. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Chikondi deserves another round of applause for being precise with time. I gave her 20 minutes and she indeed completed her presentation in 20 minutes. I guess that's what being a lecturer gets you. I hope we have our notes and our questions written down, because I did say we'll have a Q&A session later. So if you can just keep your questions on a pen and paper, I'll refer to you in a bit. Next, Prince Machika, certified real estate practitioner, will be talking about the elevation of real estate standards through the national address system. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Prince Machika.
Should I say good afternoon or good morning? They say always follow someone who sets the bar low, but today I think I'm not lucky with that. After her presentation, you know, being a lecturer, I'm unlucky today. Well, my name is Prince Machika, as Nico has said, a certified real estate practitioner. Today I'll be talking on this point, elevating real estate standards using the national addressing system. A lot has been said about the national addressing system, and I believe by now we all know what it is. So this national addressing system is an important aspect in as far as real estate is concerned. We are always talking of locations when we are dealing with real estate, be it estate agents, be it property valuers. Location is very important in as far as the execution of our work is concerned. That is why this issue of national addressing system is very important. My presentation will focus on how real estate professionals, estate agents, valuers can enhance their standards using the national addressing system. I have to mention that when Madalo, the name? Madalitso, when she was coming in, she called me. I went outside and then I asked her, "Where are you?" She said, "You know, I don't know Lilongwe that much, but I'm just seeing Bingu somewhere." So I said, "Okay. I also don't know Lilongwe that much." So it was difficult to meet. So imagine if I was an agent trying to sell a property to her, and then I don't know where I can meet her. It wastes a lot of time. That is why this national addressing system is very important to us as professionals. Go to the next slide. Now, I've highlighted some of the benefits of the national addressing system, a general overview to the real estate professionals. Now, these benefits, they are not just going to one professional. It's a consolidated approach. It's taking a consolidated approach, be it estate agents, property valuers. Everyone is benefiting from it. Firstly, the national addressing system, we've heard that it's about naming properties, locations. That means we are going to have a centralized a point where we can access all the information, which is key in as far as getting accurate data about location is concerned. As I've highlighted, it will also reduce time and the costs that come when we are trying to sell a property, when we are trying to do property evaluations. We don't need to move around asking people where the property is. It will also improve accuracy in property documentation and verification. It will also enhance professionalism, trust, and accountability. Someone was telling me that an estate agent can take you to different locations, showing you houses which you are not interested in, just because they want to charge you viewing fee. So if you go to 5 houses, it means each time you have to pay 5,000. It means you've wasted 20,000. Now, if you don't like those properties, it means you've lost your money. Now, with this national addressing system, because everything will be documented, you know that, okay, this address is for this property. You can actually see it by yourself, thereby reducing the time you need to spend on searching for a property. And for us professionals, it will also help to create that trust and accountability. Overall, this national addressing system, it will support informed decision-making processes across institutions and professionals, be it estate agents, valuers, physical planners, and our colleagues from the banking sector, because they rely on data, location, to verify a person when they are getting, let's say, a loan. Go to the next slide. Now, for this national addressing system to be effective, for it to benefit us, there is need for a consolidated approach. It needs all of us to take part. That is why you are seeing the likes of Blessings Jiepa, who is a physical planner, the likes of Sam Tunde, an estate agent. Surveyors are here, so that we come together, so that we share ideas and move forward. The unified approach will help us a lot, because it will ensure that data is accurate and is improved as we are going. Now, when it comes to integrating the national addressing system in our profession, how are we going to do it? Which areas are we going to focus on? The national addressing system, it will help us, as I said, in property identification, documentation, and verification. If we use data from the national addressing system, let's say in doing property evaluations, I'll give you an example. My elder Riz will agree with me how difficult it is to get data for valuations. Now, we've heard that with the national addressing system, we'll know that, okay, this specific location, these are the properties, they'll have the addresses. And hopefully, it will be easy to integrate with other systems in as far as valuation is concerned. Now, that will create a centralized place where we can access data, where we can get comparables. It will also create a checklist and workflows based on the NAS standards. It will also help us to educate our clients, to tell them how the national addressing system is working and how they can take part in it. Now, for all these things to happen, we have to remember that we work with people who are our clients. Now, as professionals, what is our role? Do we need just to get this information and keep it to ourselves? No, we need to share the information with our clients. If you are an estate agent, you need to tell your clients that, okay, there is a better way of, let's say, promoting, selling your property. There is the national addressing system. You need to take part in it. There are websites outside Malawi, in other countries, where agents come together they put their properties. If you want a property in a certain location, you can just put in the postcode. You see all the properties that are on sale. You see properties that are being put out for rent. For us professionals, we also need to promote this national addressing system through our social media platforms. These days, information is easy to share. You can just share it on your WhatsApp, Facebook. People will know, people will get to understand it. We also need to incorporate the national addressing system, its benefits, how it works, in our customer experience by letting them know how the industry is progressing. Go to the next slide. If you remember well, when Bernard was presenting, Maupo asked the question that there are some challenges. Whenever something new is happening, challenges are inevitable. We need to know that we'll face challenges. There will be challenges. As you can see, for us to gather here, it takes resources. It takes time to gather here. So that's one of the challenges. In terms of the cost, it's a big challenge. There's also an issue of limited awareness, because you have to know that those people who are taking guns, trying to shoot people, it's just that it's that individual only that we know, but I believe others are of that mindset. They may not understand what the national addressing system is all about. So public awareness is really important, and as professionals, we can do a good job in that. The issue of resistance to change, I don't need to highlight it again. We all know how, as institutions, sometimes there might be difficulties in as far as new developments are concerned. There was also another issue that has been raised throughout the meetings. This is to do with data privacy. You know, for people to share information, their location, their address, they might not understand it. I remember when we had an interview with Mr. Namacha, we got feedback. Someone said, but if I give my address, it means people will know where I'm staying. They will even know what I'm doing. So they said, no, that's not how it's going to work. It's only the location where you're staying, not what you're doing. People will not know that this house belongs to such a person. So there are data privacy issues that need to be addressed. But when we talk of challenges, we also have to look at the opportunities which are there. As already said, the national addressing system will improve service delivery. It will create trust and credibility among professionals. It will also help us prevent fraud. In one meeting, my colleague Sam said it will eliminate fraud, but he was quick to change because he knows that that might be difficult, but it will prevent fraud. You know, people always find a way of conning you if they want to do that, but the extent, I think, will be minimized. Go to the next slide. My final thoughts on the national addressing system. This national addressing system is not just a technical, it's not just a technical system. It is a strategic solution to us professionals, because all those issues that I've highlighted, we really face them as professionals. You want to show a client a property. How do you get there? You've never been at that place. The client will now start telling you, take the left turn, you see a market, behind the market, you know, you see two, antawida misala, muaduse. That approach is not the right way. We need to change how we do our things. As I've already said, this national addressing system, it will create trust for us professionals. You know, these days when you say you are an estate agent, people think you are one of those people who steal, because some people have done things which haven't gone well with people. So the memory which people have is that of a bad image. So this national addressing system, it will help my fellow estate agents like Sam at least to maintain that trust. By adopting the national addressing system, we are future-proof because the world is changing. We are going digital, so we can't stick to old ways of doing things. Now, for us professionals, what do we need to do? As I said in Zuzu, we as professionals, we don't just exist to make money, to buy beautiful cars, but we have a duty to make sure that we are serving our clients in a very good way. At the end of the day, we should also show that our knowledge is benefiting the country. In that way, we should be able to contribute, to give suggestions, to give ideas, to make sure that this national addressing system is really benefiting us. We should support institutional adoption of the national addressing system. My colleagues from City Council, Minister of Lands, even private practicing practitioners, let us have time to reflect on the national addressing system, how we can incorporate it in our day-to-day activities. I know we might not have a perfect thing from the word go, but at least we should start thinking about it. As we are doing now, let us keep on collaborating, let us keep on talking, let us keep on discussing, so that this national addressing system really enhance our profession. The national addressing system, if fully utilized, will help us to raise standards in the way we do our work. At the end of the day, our work will be measured by the level of excellency which we are giving out to people. Thank you so much for listening. I like quoting that. It says, things that matter most must never be at the expense of things that of which matter least. For me, the national addressing system is something which matters a lot. As I said, as professionals, yes, we are working, we are making money, but at the end of the day, the country will not remember us by how much money we've made. It will remember us by the contributions that we've made to the profession. How did we change the profession? This is the time. This is an opportunity. Let us all take part in it. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prince Machika, who also deserves another round of applause because he did his presentation in 15 minutes. I am really grateful that he raised the point regarding data protection, because one of the concerns I've been having is that I'm glad you raised that. So keep these questions for the Q&A session. You might have been wondering why I keep mentioning the time, Riz. I'm looking at you. You are our next presenter. He is a veteran property valuer, and he will be sharing on enhancing property valuations with the National Address System. Can we please welcome him to the stage with a warm round of applause too?
We had this argument in Mazuzu about being on the stage. But this is a workshop. And for me, a workshop, I've got to be at the same level as everybody here. But it looks like some of it is lectures and everybody is listening very attentively. You know, they're really into it. So I just want to break this up a little bit. Could all the surveyors please stand up? All the surveyors. That means the quantity surveyors, the land surveyors, and the land economists. That includes you, Uncle George. Macra, please take note. I've been pushing Macra a little bit, so we want to get not into bed with them. Please stay standing, don't move. We want to be part of this whole system, and I can't stress enough how important it is. And now I'm going to add to that. Could all the homeowners stand up? People that own their own homes. You own a piece of land. Why are you sitting down? I thought you're a surveyor, isn't it? So why are you sitting down? Stand up. Stretch those legs. Have I got all the landowners or homeowners standing up? Somebody from the bank? What mortgage did they give you at your... Can you give us the rate, please? Right, please stay standing. Now, I want all those people that rent a home to stand up. That includes me. Okay? We're now left with a couple of people, and I will point it out, those people living in family homes. Please stand up. Macra, I'm not even looking. You've taken note. Everybody here needs either a form, is involved in a property. Whether it's valuations, real estate, rentals, everybody here. Thank you. You may sit down. Was that a good stretch, guys? Yeah? So the importance of land, valuations, where does it come from? We're all involved in it, indirectly, directly. My name is Riz Omar, Maple Leaf Realty. I'm the chapter chair for the land economy chapter. Kondwani and respected people from Macra, fellow surveyors, real estate talk officials, and your organization. Master of Ceremony, Nicole and her team, and I'm going to highlight the banking officials. Thank you for being here. Are we starting, yeah? Yeah. Okay. So I was told the other day that it's nice for you to have you talk and give examples, but we want a presentation in our modern technology. Because if we're moving to NAS, we're moving to modern technology. I'm a guy who likes to speak, I look at my notes. So no, we want a digital presentation. So in order to appease Macra, I said, okay. I went into a database. The gentleman's laughing at me, and I'm happy you're laughing at me. I had to ask my son, who's an IT guy, and within 3 minutes, by putting in valuation standards within the NSA, or the National Address System, he created a whole lecture for me within 3 minutes. Obviously, some of the countries were slightly different. I mean, we'd actually targeted Malawi, but the information was there. So this is part of my... Have you got it, Don? Are we having trouble? Don't tell me I've worked so hard at this. 3 minutes. We'll just give her a second. Well, I'll explain to you valuations. There's a big difference, especially for those people not familiar with valuations. It's a valuation, starts with a va, not evaluation. A lot of clients, a lot of customers turn around and say, can you go do an evaluation for me? Evaluation is what the bank does. You bring all your documents in, and they evaluate whether we're going to give you credit or not, right? Obviously take into account your credit rating, your banking, da-da-da-da-da-da, right? At least we're clear on that. But remember, a valuation is an opinion. It's my opinion, it could be Sam's opinion, it could be Mr. Intaji's opinion. We could take the same property and all three of us will come up with a different value. Because whatever our experience is, we will look at it from that side of the things. Yes, there is a basic value. It's very easy to go and value a property somewhere and say, okay, cost of build is X, Y, Z, cost of concrete, cost of bricks, cost of sand. But it's what the value addition is. What type of windows you have, what type of doors you have. So each person's perspective will be slightly different. Cost of construction can range from 200,000 kwacha to 2 million kwacha. The banks know it. The government ministries know it. Macro knows it, right? Because they tend to use the high-end contractors, but there's some very good contractors that can give you the same product. Are we on? Okay, great. So evaluation is going to look at various things. Cost replacement, which I've mentioned already. Location, very, very important. Return of investment. And very recently now, the international valuation standards. We lost it again, is it? Okay. Blame it on the cable. Right. International valuation standards, I was privileged. I've been to 2 of the Africa valuation conferences in South Africa. They're trying to mold entire Africa to have standardized valuations. Botswana, South Africa, Zambia, Uganda, Nigeria. So there was about 12 countries represented, and it's amazing that we are right in line with them, but it's how we implement it. And one of the key factors or key discussions is identifying a property, right? And we've heard how we identify properties. So the national address system is certainly going to break through that. Are we on? Can we go to second? This is the second one, right? So I'm merging now. I'm doing okay, right? Good. Okay, Lilongwe. I tell you, it's one confusing city. I grew up in Lilongwe many, many moons ago. I know where Area 2 was. I knew where Area 3 was. I came back 20 years later. Next to Area 3 is Area 9. So I'm asking, what happened to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? And then I see the capital, and I come this side. You've got Area 10 in the middle. Then there's Area 12. What happened to Area 11? But if I go on the other side of the road, the Pacific Mall, it's now Area 43. So what happened between Area 12 and Area 43? Driving to the airport, we all know Area 30, the notorious police place, etc. And I get to Kanengo. I know Kanengo because it started developing many years ago. And I'm told now it's Area 25. I said, hold on, 43 was there, 30 was here, but now we're back to Area 25. What's going on? And it affects us as valuers, as real estate professionals. So a simple thing, like something that was implemented 30, 40, 50 years ago, is affecting our professionalism to act on that. And that also, it drives to the fact that how do we value these properties? How do we give an area a value? Because we don't really know where the borders are. We don't really know where and I don't like using informal. I like using developing areas, where a developing area and an established area comes in. Yeah? We lost again? So somebody from Lilongwe explained to me how where's Lilongwe City here? How many officials we got here at Lilongwe City? Can I put somebody on the spot? Hey, everybody's going to hide. Sorry, folks. Absolutely.
If we start from the center, that's area 1. Then we go in circles, like this, like this. That's why you see that it's not going like a straight direction, but it's in circles. Thanks.
Now, if NAS was to do that with the addresses going in circles, can you imagine how we're going to operate? But thank you for that information. I've always asked this question in my profession and asked various things, but at least now we know why it was developed the way it was. Are we winning, guys? Does anybody know what the address of the BICC is? Something presidential highway, 2 presidential highway, 4 presidential highway. Do I hear 8 presidential highway? 10? No? Does anybody know what the address for the town hall, the original town hall is? Which was discussed earlier. Let me take you, if we get this going, aha, here we are. As you can see, I'm a big Man U fan. Yes, I know we lost. Yes, I know we lost. Don't make a big deal about it. I know these Arsenal supporters and these Liverpool. Yes, you guys have won the championship. But we're still the oldest club, the richest club in the world. So let's not. But now, a question to you guys, if you know your football. What is the address of Old Trafford? Anybody? It's 1 Old Trafford Road. Most Man U fans will know their address of the thing. I'll give another test. SW16. Anybody know that? Anybody? Traveled the world, gone to London? SW16, as we discussed earlier, as Barnett had mentioned earlier, the importance of having presidential addresses, 10 Downing Street. SW16, and I love the game, is the home of Wimbledon tennis. So that area, not just the tennis courts, or where Wimbledon is played, that entire area, except for Macra, none of us can afford to live there, except for Macra. Am I right? So you'll notice there, what do we use in Malawi? I've tried to compare both. Presidential highway, we use that as a reference. What do we use? We use a police barrier as a reference to get the directions. Balaka turnoff. What's the famous place at Balaka turnoff? Where everybody stops, whether you're going from Lilongwe to Blantyre, Blantyre to Lilongwe. Thank you. Do we know the address? No. Balaka turnoff. Let's go to slide 4. Okay, so slide 4, as Kondwani mentioned earlier, they've had discussions with Google Maps. So for me, Google Maps in Malawi, I call it Pafupi Maps. And I'll give you an example. We went to Mazuzu. My dear co-driver, Sam, who's quite high-tech, he's young, high-tech, but no, we'll use Google Maps and we'll get to Mazuzu Sunbird. Where did we end up? We ended up on a wall on the other side of Sunbird Hotel, because Sunbird Hotel didn't have enough money, although they charged 250,000 kwacha a night, to put up a sign on the main road to get to their place, right? So I always say Pafupi Maps. You get there, but it's Pafupi. Road names, postal codes, numbers, perfect, great. How do we use it to our ability? So technology is the way to go. So I'd like to give you an example. And I couldn't say this in Mazuzu, but I can say it in Lilongwe because we've got the same in Blantyre. What's the best chicken place to go and eat in Lilongwe? It's called KFC, right? I love to go to KFC once a week or once every 2 weeks with my granddaughter because she loves the chicken pops. And I like to go to the restaurant because you can smell the chicken. You feel you're part of the KFC world, right? Because it's a novelty for us here. Anywhere else in the world, there's thousands of them. So we walk in, buy our chicken, and we go home. We have our meal, etc. Following week, I come home, there's KFC on the table. I said, but I didn't go to KFC. So she calls me Baba, my granddaughter. She says, Baba, we don't have to go to KFC. We just go on, we phone them, or we WhatsApp. This is a 5-year-old child. We sent them a message on WhatsApp. We gave them a pin location. There's the KFC. She's totally lost the concept of the smell or the experience, but a KFC was there. That's the beauty about technology, which I think can relate to most of us saving time. There is an experience you lose, but there is an experience you gather. Right, can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, the power of real estate valuations. A lot has been said earlier, and it's very similar. Location makes it easier for us to work with the banks, identify properties. The transactions can be more transparent. Leaving aside the cities, to me the big concern is the developing areas, the townships, the places out of town. If I go to Balaka, if I go to Incheu, I go to Ponela, Dedza, how do I do a valuation there when I don't have comparables? I've got to think outside the box. I've got to phone Uncle Sam, or I'll phone George, or whoever's from that area to find out, to justify to the likes of the banks that this could be the value, right? And this is important. And then also, even if you are able to professionally give an advice, and they could be 10 houses there. So house number 1, you've given a price of, say, 50 million, and house number 10 decides I want to sell, and a buyer comes along, which is a big fear we've got in Malawi. Oh, these foreigners are coming and they're taking over our land. No, you now protected that person, because now there's already a comparable in the system saying that that house went at 50 million. He shouldn't accept anything less than 50 million. So we are looking after our citizens. We're looking after the people that are unable to voice their opinion or able to be protected through a legal means, rather than just playing in the game, right? Another valuer can come in, no, you'll get 100 million. Poor guy needs the money, and the value is approximately 50 million. Why are you trying to achieve 100 million? Because you want your commissions to go higher? Again, that's another problem we have. So this way he can justify and work with the banks on that. So besides just the normal city issues, and I'm not going to dwell too much on that. Where are we? Synergies. 1 second. You're ahead of me, dear. Okay. Synergies, the whole idea I've put this here is we have a challenge. Lilongwe City Council, who's here? Well, Blantyre City, there was a... Right, if I come to you, what are you going to give me on ID for a property? Plot number. I go to the bank sends me an instruction, title number. If I ask the bank, what's the plot number? I don't know. I've got to go there. Then I've got, where's Ministry of Lands? Who's here from the Lands Department? I go to the Lands Department. Anybody here? Who's here? I know there was somebody here from the Lands Department. Young lady. I walk in there, and normally you send your assistants or people, but sometimes you have to be aggressive and say, come on, please, I need this property, I need to value, I need to get to the bank. So now the Lands Department says, okay, well, here's your map, da-da-da-da-da. But you brought me a title number, no good, I need a plot number. I go running back to the city to get the plot number. So that whole confusion. Besides that, the utility companies. Do we have anybody here from the utility companies? The Lilongwe Water Board, ESCOM, because I know they were invited. You ask a Blantyre Water Board guy, or, well, we've got Blantyre Water Board. Lilongwe Water Board, everything works on meters. And we don't know how they've numbered their meters. You ask the ESCOM guy, no matter which ESCOM guy you ask, he's going to call you back. I'm 2 doors down, 3 doors down, where is your house? And it's a huge confusion. Time delays. You can't give a professional support, especially if you're a property manager, if you're a valuer, to make sure that you get to that place. Sometimes, this is a little quote I put in here, is it feels like a stock market, the investment in the stock market. We saw what happened when our dear friend Donald Trump decided to put tariffs on the rest of the world, and you're in the stock market at 1,000, and next thing you're at 100. That's what it feels like at times, just as an example. Okay, next one, solutions. Developing areas can be realistic to protect the hardworking, and so that people don't get duped. The common man gets gains trust. We must remember, we are only as strong as our weakest link. We have to protect the common man, no matter what we do, no matter how wealthy we are, no matter who we are, what background. If we don't have the love and the respect of the common man, we will never get anywhere. And that's the reason I'm standing here. I was invited last Monday. I said, do I have time for these government things, etc., etc.? But I was sold. And I've traveled to Mzuzu. I've come here to ensure to support this initiative. I have my seniors here, part of the land board, and I'm going to convince them. As the valuation board, as Surveyors Institute, we have to be party to this. We have to make it work. Okay, can we go to the next one? Okay, social benefits is straightforward. We can create wealth. We create areas that are justified, that we know there's a value to a certain area. Right now we know in Lilongwe, if you want to buy, if you say area 10, all the investors are running away. No, I'm not going to be able to find a house. That doesn't scare me in my profession. If we say area 25, maybe I can take my client there. It's within their budget, okay? But again, we've got to change that thinking. We've got to create the addresses as such within our system. Okay, I think I'm taking a little bit too long. I'm going to finish with two things. Okay, so we were driving to Mzuzu. And can everybody see the building in the middle? It's called Kachibum Shop. It's right on the highway between here and Mzuzu. And we stopped there for a break. For everybody that doesn't like smoking, I like to smoke. I needed a smoke break. So we stopped, stretch our legs. Now imagine, as a valuer, I've got to go and value the property that's behind Kachibum Shop. How am I going to identify that property to the banks? Or how am I going to get to this place if Kachibum Shop didn't have a sign on it? Right? There may be a title number, probably not a title number. More than likely, it hasn't been registered. Who knows? So the due diligence has to be done. So that these type of challenges, as mentioned earlier with Barnett, and I don't want to repeat it, is that this would then be created as a zone. So now we know each building's got a number, making the life easier for a valuer. Obviously go on to the agent, physical planner. The banks can go and have an inspection, right? I remember an incident. I had to value, I was called in to reanalyze the value of a property. And when I looked at it, it was very close to my house. So I said, yeah, I know this place, but it's not the right plot number. So I took a walk. It was about 10 minutes away. And I said, yeah, this is the house. This looks like the picture in the valuation. And they've put a price of 300 million on it. And then in the corner of the gate, I saw the plot number. For some reason, they put the plot number there. But the plot number in the valuation was plot 300. So obviously, the plot number in the valuation was 301. The plot number there was 300. So using my capacity to think, I said 301 has to be the next door property. And it so happened that the next door property, owned by the same person, was an empty piece of land. And the bank had given away 600 million kwacha. Right? These things have to stop. It reflects on our profession. It reflects on the transparency, the trust. And obviously went back to the bank. God knows what the bank did, but these are the challenges we face. And the NSA system will correct that. I finish, sorry, just go back. I'm going to finish with this. And it said a lot earlier. our traditional ways of doing things. I started with this in Blantyre, and I think Barnett and everybody decided to not steal it from me, copy me at it, because it's funny. Turn right at the police barrier. God knows which police barrier. It could be Chikwawa. It could be in Dedza. Left at the mango tree. Go down another 50 meters, there's an Airtel vendor. And behind the Airtel vendor, Mupita Pafupi. That's how we find it. Thank you for listening, and I hope there's some good questions coming up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riz. You were actually just over time a little bit, so I think you deserve another round of applause. He is capable of taking us through his journey. We can be here the whole day. Why aren't you a lecturer, honestly? But ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our questions and feedback. If you recall, we've had 3 presentations. First was from Chikondi Mpamba, and she was taking us through the role of a surveyor and GIS in NAS implementation. We heard from Prince Machika, elevating real estate standards through the national address system, and just recently, Riz Omar took us through enhancing property valuations with the national address system. I have been guilty of calling it evaluations, so thank you for that correction. Who would like to go first? Just raise your hand. A microphone will be brought to you. Or if you have a microphone already in front of you, simply tap on it and go ahead. Sir, over here, I believe in the front with the glasses. Oh, you're all wearing glasses. You had raised your hand earlier on. Yes, madam, let's begin with you.
My name is Chipo from Lilongwe District Council. I'm an assistant land surveyor. I just want to ask, because Macra is saying that he's going to integrate coordinates to post codes. So I want to know what type of coordinate system will the application use, because coordinates in UTM cannot give the same position in local system. So I just want to have a clear explanation on that.
I believe this is also concerning GIS. Chikondi, do you want to take this one, or should Macra take it?
Thank you so much for that question. Macra, the coordinates that are going to be used, we are going to follow the standards that are provided by the service department. So for Malawi, we use Universal Traverse Marketer, local 36 South, and I think it's the ellipsoid, it's ARC 1950. So the coordinates that we are going to collect most definitely will be converted to that. It depends on the instrument that you're using. So if you're using a handheld GPS, if it comes with WGS 84, that means we have to convert it to our own settings to fit our country. Whether it's a total station, mostly we buy the equipment from either China, whether South Africa, whether it's Leica, it still comes with WGS, so we have to convert that to ARC 1950, and we try to project it with Universal Traverse Marketer. And because our country it's in a long tube, that's why we still have to utilize the local 36 southern region. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Chipo?
Yes.
It's perfect. You're sitting next to each other. I'm sure you can even have a better discussion. Do you have any other hands? Feedback? Yes, sir. You can use that microphone if you can.
Thank you very much. I'm Chimamwe Jere from National Bank of Malawi. And I think my question goes to the one who has just finished the presentation, and maybe partly to Prince Machika. The presenter has scared me as a banker. They are saying that valuations are just opinions, such that each and every valuer can have a different opinion on a particular property. But what we have observed from the banking side is that those opinions, I think the error terms, the valuation should be at least be converging. But we see to it that the opinions, for example, you ask one to do evaluation when they are coming to get a loan. The evaluation will be 200 million. But when you want to repossess that property, another valuer comes with the opinion of maybe 100 million. So you see that the disparities are huge, such that even other valuers, they are asking the customers, since it is an opinion, they also ask the valuer, how much do you want to get from the bank? So that should guide the opinions that they are making. So maybe let's try to also see how what MACRA is trying to bring, that we should do, bring sanity and credibility on the market. Because now where we are going, maybe financial institutions will be contemplating to have in-house valuers that will also maybe stifle the efforts that the government is trying to do. So those are brought also some more fears that, oh, these are just mere opinions. Why can't we have a scientific approach so that based on those scientific approaches, we should just be having a region of acceptance that maybe the valuation should be maybe varying by maybe 5% or 10% rather than the current trends that we are seeing on the market. It is very scary.
Thank you for that question. Riz and Prince, I think this is also for you as well. Do you have a control for your valuations?
So there are 3 valuers in a row, so we'll give you our opinions. When we're doing valuation methodology, Riz has referred to it as an opinion of value, but it's not an opinion out of thin air. There's valuation methodology that we follow. Now, one of the things that is very key when we're doing valuation is the valuation date. The example that you gave where the value was 200 million and then 100 million, that one should give you an alarm. If you see a situation like that, the discrepancy is very high. We have our leaders here from SIM. That's cause for you to take those valuation reports and bring them to SIM and have them, and you say, look, there's a big discrepancy. Because one thing is for sure, doesn't matter which sector it is, there are some people who act in a rogue manner. The example that you gave, someone asking what value they should put dependent on the loan. Us 3 sitting here, actually us 4, that's something that we could never entertain. So if that does happen, I mean, it's also your prerogative as the banks to protect yourselves and take it to the authorities like Surveyors Institute of Malawi, and you present that case to say, look, there's this discrepancy, one of them has to be right, one of them has to be wrong, and then they can then elevate it. But otherwise, we can't say standardized, but there's definitely valuation methodology that we take into account when we're giving valuations, and yes, our values may differ, but the difference is never going to be 50% where everything is above board. Thank you.
I think I'd like to follow up on that comment actually, Sam, now that you've brought in the board. Mr. Haji, as the chairperson, do you have the authority to check such kind of situations and enforce should you find that valuators are, being shady? Valuers, okay. Thank you. Please correct me on this terminology. Valuers are being shady or acting rogue.
Thank you so much. And the comments from the bank, I think these comments are genuine. And we must reflect on ourselves as valuers. And that perhaps in the past we have done wrong things and we needed to clean up the place. I'll tell you what. We had an act which was the Land Economy Surveyors, Valuers, Estate Agents and Auctioneers. This act was not adequate enough. it did provide the platform or define what valuation is, who a valuer should be, the kind of qualifications, and the enforcement mechanism in case of fraud and misconduct. However, now we have a new Valuation Act has actually established a standalone valuation department which we didn't have. It has also created valuers board because we are aware that clients have been defrauded before, and particularly banks. We have not been fair to banks. Today, these are matters that we need to continuously engage between ourselves, banks, local assemblies, and everyone else, that should there be a case that one of the valuers has done misconduct, report those valuers to the board. This is why we exist, and we must clean up the place. And I insist, we will clean up the place and bring sanity. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, Riz, to add on. And Prince, we'll circle back to you. Maybe you can also tell us how NAS is also going to circumvent this or add to that. And Madam, we'll come to you just before we go to Prince. Riz?
Thanks, Pana Chair. Just to respond again to Mr. NBM over here. So, Lantai City did a QVR in 2020. I had just finished building my house in 2019. I had spent 150 million kwacha on my house, and I had all the receipts because I managed building that house. When the QVR came out, and with the value of the land, they valued it at 500 million, expecting me to pay city rates at 500 million. And I fell off my chair. I said, excuse me, you know who you're talking to. So they're saying, no, 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 we justified on the basis the cost of construction is X, and this is the way, and the location and all. Took all of that into account. I said, but hold on. If you're saying cost of construction, I spent 150 million kwacha. Why don't you take this figure and put it into your valuation? Sadly, he didn't realize he was discussing, he was talking to a certified valuer. So again, it comes down to the thing, when I say opinion, but it's an opinion, as Sam has said, with support systems in the back, right? You can look, as I mentioned in my presentation, you can have contractor A at 150,000 kwacha a square meter, and you can have contractor Wankulu at 2 million kwacha a square meter. If you're doing a replacement cost, which value are you going to use? So if the bank calls me, go and value, let's say go and value the new Protea Hotel, okay? I have no idea what they're charging the client. I'm going to look at it and say, okay, this is my calculation, my database, etc. What the national address system is going to assist us with, it's up to us to enact and work with the board, is to put into place certain values, certain system within, attach it to that system. Whereas professionals we've got access to and come back to the banks or clients, etc., with approximate values. You're never going to get an exact value. There's 4 of us here, there may be 10 of us here. Each one of us will come up with a different value because we look at things slightly differently. I hope that helps you with what I said.
Thank you for that, Riz. Ma'am, does it use the microphone that you have?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that each purpose of valuation will produce different figures. But when the valuation sum is very huge, the difference, then there's cause for alarm. For example, when the bank, somebody wants to borrow money from the bank, are going to use the market value of that property. But when that person defaults, there's forced sale of value, And when they write, the banks write to the land registrar, can you please provide us with the reserve price? So now we have like 3 values for the same property. So those should not worry you. You have to worry when the purpose is the same. Yeah, because some other people might think that maybe people are just spraying figures. That's not the way. But there are different methods according to purposes. And the other thing, I just want to thank Macra for this postcode thing. Like here in Lilongwe, got problems because some banks have lost money. Because there's somebody who say, I've got a house at Chisime. Chisime is area 36. Then this other day, we are called to vary a plot in area 23, you find Chisime. There's no way you can have Chisime in area 23. The same like we have Mbunda, it's outside the Lilongwe city. You find that area 25, area 49, Ndunda, Guli something. That's really, it's not true. Those, if you banks find those, these documents like that, you know that those are fake documents. Don't entertain them. Because once maybe somebody defaults and you go by the map attached, you will not find that property anywhere. And at the end of the day, it's the bank which is going to lose. So thanks for the postcode. Now you in safe hands.
Thank you for that, ma'am. Anybody else who'd like to add? Prince and, of course, Modalito?
Yeah. Okay, before Prince speaks, Madam, I just want to concur with what I've just said about my titles. Chitsime or Bwaila 25. That's very true. Right? I was working for a financial institution, and we used to have those problems a lot. Someone would bring a property from area 36 Chitsime, and the title will indicate Alimaunde 49, something like that. So if you don't know, definitely you fall into that trap. But now, Magra, with this, we can simply follow the house plate number, as you have said. Definitely they will not go to 36 of 25. So thank you again for that. Over to you, Prince.
My colleague Chijere from National Bank. Throughout the meetings, when every time Riz finishes his presentation, I'm always making a comment saying, the banks, what are you saying? So today, I've been fortunate. I didn't have to say that. You just came in. Now, coming to your question, that's the whole reason Real Estate Talk and Macra came together to have this conversation, to address such issues, because we know that in the profession, there might be some issues which need systematic solutions. And to us, we feel like the national addressing system is going to help us towards that. That is why you see all these professionals here, so that we can have a way, we can find a solution. And I'm happy with the comments which my fellow professionals have made. I just want to take you back to my presentation. I said that the national addressing system, when combined, interlinked with other systems, is going to give us a centralized data center where we can make references. It's not like creating a standard, but you can actually, it can serve as a guide to guide you, so that you can actually see that, oh, this value, last year it was like this. After 10 years, no, it can't be like this. It will just be like a guide. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. Zembere, on that end, and this side of the room, we haven't heard from you. So I'm hoping I'll get at least one comment or question from this side of the room. So we'll come to you. Madalito, please. Do you have a microphone? Could we please have a microphone sent over?
Thank you very much. My first comment will go to the valuers. It is indeed true that we, as banks, we are having so many challenges with the valuations which we have. Yes, we do have, we do our due diligence before taking a property as a collateral. But then we were limited to just doing a search at land registry, whereby if I have two properties, I would just, if I go to land registry, I have two properties. The other one, there's a structure, the other one, there's no structure. Land registry will just confirm that indeed that title belongs to me. However, the actual location of the property, we couldn't verify. Now, we solely depended on the valuers who did the valuation on the property to take us to the property. Currently, as a bank, we've got our own GPS machines, which also we have our own challenges. However, this national addressing system will assist in that area. I just want to ask, on the malpractice of the valuers, is there any channel where we can channel our queries? Because we know some valuers just do a desk valuation. They don't actually visit the properties. They just do a desk valuation and put the values as the customer has asked them to do that. Not opinion, because you've done just a desk evaluation. You haven't even visited the property. You haven't done the due diligence.
Madam, sorry, I've got my back to you, and I'm going to speak before I hand it over to the chairman. You're absolutely right. I've seen valuations done, and I've been totally disgusted and upset that this cannot be from the right professionals, and having to correct it, etc., and work with the banks on it. So, but I'm not going to dwell on it. It's colleagues. But yes, there is a place for disciplinary, which has been mentioned by the chairman here. The new board is in place, and all the banks are most welcome to write in directly to the board, or if you want to come through Surveyors Institute and it's taken to the board, that's fine as well. So there is a route of action that can be taken, and then it's up to the board then to set up a disciplinary committee to resolve that. There's total protection.
Love it. Sir, your comment, your question?
Thank you. My question is just, I would like to have a confirmation if the codes will provide the title or the plot number directly. That is, if you have the code, if you are checking the code, then you will be able to confirm the plot number of that particular location.
Who would like to take this? Yes.
Yeah, perhaps I could take that one. For us to achieve that, there will be need of integration with lands. At the moment, I think they are finalizing implementation of their land information management system. As MACRA, we don't hold that data, but we'll be in talks with LIMS so that there's integration, so much so that once you inquire on the address, you are able to access that information.
Any final question, comment? Yes, Chikondi.
I just want to add on what he has mentioned about the RIMS. So in my presentation, I gave an example to say that, for example, in Rwanda is the leading example in Africa where they have integrated the postcode and the cadastral systems. So as said, national addressing system, then it has given us a platform. It has given us a base, a foundation that we can work with. So the land information system, then with the information that they have, then this can be integrated, then later on it can be implemented. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Final comment regarding this? Yes, sir.
Chair, I just wanted to confirm some statements to the question that came from NBS. Right? Yeah. I think we should not have many worries at the moment, because the composition of this board, and if it's a question of where do we take these queries to, in this board there is a member of Bankers Association of Malawi, who is Bicc Kaunda. I think he lives in London. So if banks have got issues, they can actually channel those queries through Bankers Association of Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And sounds okay. Final from the lady. Okay, final from you. That's it. Please, can we have the microphone directed to the lady in the back? The only reason I've added you is because I've been asking for this side of the room to comment.
All right, thank you so much. My comment is on the whole presentation of NAS and how it's coordinating various real estate sectors. But at the beginning of the presentation, which was made by the MACRA, I saw some which were part of the pilot, and you were showing us how those codes were appearing. Now my question is, apart from the presentation that you made, do you have other platforms or some visual presentation to show how the end product is going to look like? Because we are talking of codes, we are talking of location, and we are talking of any other place. But let's say you have something to display there, and we say, for example, we have this plot in Blantyre which was given a code. Then you place that, you demonstrate. I think that would be something good for people to easily understand how this thing is going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
We take that as an input to say that perhaps we could develop virtual presentations of how the future will look like once NAS is in place. We have got our awareness team in-house. They have taken note of that. But we continuously keep on engaging various sectors just to bring understanding as to what we are at the moment and what we want to be once NAS is completed. But we have taken note of that just as a way of raising awareness on NAS.
Thank you, Kondwan. Please.
All right. Thank you very much. On the issue of banks complaining about the unreliable valuations, yes, on our part as valuers, we accept that there are some, undisciplined professionals within us. But as somebody who has, I'm a practicing valuer, I've worked for both, I've worked in the bank and now a private practicing profession. This problem should be shared. From the banks itself, they pre-qualify the valuers which they think they are comfortable working with. Now, you see that during the process which they follow to pre-qualify or to pre-list those valuers, they do it themselves. And you see that the due diligence or whatever the process is not that open to any profession. Now, any valuer who is willing to give out something when it's given a job or to do valuation for the bank is the one who is get listed or who is put on the list to do the valuations. So you see that when there is a problem, they fail to come back to the board to report that issue, because that problem it's shared among us, or it's a chain. It's a chain. Some bankers themselves, they manage to get their part. Now also adula property doesn't exist. Even themselves, the bankers, they know this property does not exist. Yet they received the valuation report. They given the facility to the client. Now, chekapulika they fail to go and report to the board, since they know the process yose ababa inali chinyengo. So it's a message to the bankers themselves. They should know kuti license. The license is given to an individual, a profession, not a company or a firm. And every profession who is licensed is capable of doing any kind of valuation. So when that profession fails to deliver to the bank, they have the board, they have the procedures, they have to write to the board, such this person has given us a bogus report or has costed us. We got his report. The report to the values were exaggerated ones. The property does not exist. The board will be able to deal with that particular profession. So we should be able to take the blame. System. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that comment, because Sam Tunde's presentation addresses that. We'll get to that presentation after lunch. Before it gets too heated, let's go calm down. We have 30 minutes for lunch. I believe we all have our coupons. We'll be taking lunch in the foyer. Let's enjoy our 30 minutes, cool off a little bit. Let's return to this room in 30 minutes. Sam, we look forward to your presentation regarding leveraging NAS to simplify property identification and enhance client engagement. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. See you in 30 minutes.